What's happening? Benton here. Thank you so much for joining me. Doing my normal early morning driving out here on, I guess we're still on I-20 in Texas, West Texas, town of Pecos. Shout out to In a Thought Experiment channel, YouTube creator formerly known as In a Yurt with Books, aka Austin, our internet friend in Iowa. I was on his live stream last night over at his channel. Once again, that's In a Thought Experiment. Drew World Order came on briefly as well. Shout out to Chalk Body Outline YouTube channel. And Drew, I was catching up on his live stream from his backup channel, Get Chalked Up, called his regular show called The Abyss. I guess that's he does that Sunday night, I think. And the theme was hallucinations, drug-induced or otherwise. And I believe all of the people so far that on the live stream that I've heard, the replay of the live stream, I was asleep when he went live. Did I run off Music Holds a Secret? That's the question. Did I finally run him off? I'm talking to myself in here, but I guess that's okay for now. Boy, this trucker, he's fighting me to the death. Never understood that. The need to fight somebody to the death when they pass you. And he's got a headlight out. Are you going through the New Mexico port of entry with your headlight out, sir? Seems like a bad idea. And I am really starting to wonder how much the YouTube titles has to do with the views, because I've had some recent live streams, and the WRAP in Truth or Natty seems to be a pretty strong stream. What's happening, Sean? Glad to see you. Good to see you. And if you folks listen to me regularly, you may realize that I tend to start slow on these streams, but generally I get on some halfway decent rants, I would like to say. Strongly considering upgrading to an expensive headset with a better microphone. The road noise, the truck is just so fucking loud. Anytime I try to use, more conventional style of microphone, it just doesn't work out. So I'm looking at a good headset for like really good noise canceling is anywhere from like $150 to $300, which I have the money, which is a blessing. But my fear, here's my irrational fear, is that I will get this thing and purchase it, and then something will happen to where I'll no longer be live streaming while I'm driving, and I have all of the equipment to broadcast, other than while I'm driving, mining the fiat, as it were. But yeah, good to see you, Sean. Welcome. And I had a lot of points I wanted to try to finish up from last night's stream over at In a Thought Experiment, and then just now listening to the replay from Get Chalked Up, hearing all of the drug experiences, and then with me being a researcher by nature, a nerd, interested in psychology, sociology, anthropology, and then an early adopter of the internet. So back in the old days, before all this YouTube, even when YouTube was around, but before it got big, if I wanted to learn about a drug, because these various experiences ended up being more so drug. I think they call them trip reports, and this ties in with the website that was mentioned. Actually, Erowid.org, I believe, EROWID. Well, especially in my younger days, I had very nearly, hey, what's happening, Woody? Good to see you, brother. I had very nearly a photographic memory back in the day, so I more or less had the arrowid.org website memorized. So when Drew, for example, somebody mentioned Jimson weed, so my brain immediately goes to uh, the Arrowid, and I'm like, I'm not for certain because it's now been a number of years, and some of my knowledge has gotten dusty. It's gotten a tad rusty and dusty. But I'm thinking, okay, I believe that's Datura, Datura. And in fact, I found a really interesting channel recently. I think it's like Tales of the Trip or something along those lines. And it's more or less just somebody reading, in a arguably pleasing voice, various trip reports from drug experiences, many of which are hallucinatory in nature. But I had been seeing a lot of them about Datura, and as I'm listening to these, I'm like, okay, I think that's Jimson weed. So, well, I do call Drew out on this norminess. When somebody brings up Jimson weed, he's just typing it into the YouTube search, and now we're watching like literally some, local news report from some local station in New Mexico, and you never hear the term Datura mentioned, Datura. But if you want to learn about it or watch interesting videos on YouTube, the search term would be Datura, not Jimson weed, if that makes sense. And I'm not experienced at all with drugs. I have a lot of experience. Well, I can't even really say that. Alcohol, I have a great deal of experience. Cannabis, which I guess I have to start calling marijuana again. Many people think I mean CBD for some reason. Marijuana. There we go. Woody knows what I'm talking about. I think Woody probably also has a memorized version of the arrowid.org in his head, although I can't speak for him. Just guessing. See, Datura was accidentally harvested with spinach. Oh, wow. A whole bunch of people. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, they were tripping. Well, and one thing, so from, to back up a little bit, I was raised and indoctrinated in a way where I was very resistant to any sort of drug taking. So then in my late teens, early 20s, when I started to become, I'm reading books where drugs are beginning to be mentioned. At some point I started reading everything that Hunter S. Thompson ever wrote. And he said something about, that he would hesitate, or that he hates to recommend drugs, to advocate drugs to any specific person. I'm paraphrasing. But, it's always worked for him, he said. So I'm beginning to become a little more open-minded towards but more like psychedelics, really. So I'm reading about all of these drugs because, especially with something like Datura or Jimson weed, if you go and read a lot of these trip reports and the people know that they're taking Datura, well, they probably researched it, and they probably, approaching it carefully, the use of the drug carefully. And this is where I really need to very soon be set up to be able to play audio. I'm remembering lots of different audio clips that ties in with all of this that I can have ready to play, but the equipment doesn't quite yet allow for it. And the thing about Jimson weed, so-called Jimson weed, from what I understand, is that can be fatal if people eat too much of it or drink too much of the tea. That it can actually kill them. I believe it is a poison. Again, going from memory without having to Google it. Okay, yeah. See, Woody says he's familiar with Arrowhead. So, from my perspective, I'm the type of person that's very close-minded to any sort of drugs because of my upbringing. But then alcohol was okay. So finally, in my very early 20s, finally, I got around to, I overcame my own resistance at the level of marijuana. I finally tried marijuana. Actually, that's not true. I tried it for the first, yeah, I did. That's right, in college. freshman year, maybe sophomore year of college. And then a lot of my friends uh, smoked cannabis, marijuana. But then because I was so resistant to it, in typical, and I was, a bit of a, sort of a, protagonist or a, the person in my, I was frequently like a leader in my peer groups or a tone setter. So in typical human fashion, they just hid it from me, not that they would have to tell me about it, but, if I had been more, less judgmental at the time and more open minded. So what my friends would end up doing is they just would do it and not tell me about it, typically speaking. And in fact, my two of my really close college friends were like huge potheads, but I didn't interface with that side of them, initially, which I do kind of find interesting. But then both of them I smoked a lot of weed with, later on. What's happening? Music holds a secret. Good to see you. Glad I didn't run you off with my critiques of various diets earlier or the other day. We're catching up on some of the things covered in Austin's live stream that I was on last night. Truther Cop was there. Drew was there briefly. We had JG riding shotgun. Oh, good, man. Well, I'm glad when people are busy. Yeah, that's great, actually. Yeah, things to do. Absolutely. And Drew's live stream last night, The Abyss on Get Chalked Up, there was it really just it was supposed to be about hallucinations, drug induced or otherwise, but it became about just drug taking in general. Although more on the psychedelics. And if anybody remembers the old podcast Nightmare Dystopia, I did an entire episode about specifically about my very limited, although very powerful experiences with hallucinogens. I tend to go, with psychedelics rather. I tend to go all the way or not at all. Warm weather, yeah, warm weather break, and that's something I wanted to address also. And these topics that these cans of worms I've already opened, I think are solidified in my mind enough to be able to go back to them. So I think I'll allow myself to ramble a tad, if I may. Uh, Dude, and I do tend to catastrophize. If that's probably not even a word, but trying to curate the comments here. There we go. Take that off the screen. Uh, Dude, I was hot in the truck yesterday afternoon, just solely based off of the greenhouse effect. And man, this air conditioner, because the way the fuel prices have gotten, I don't think the company is going to allow me to idle the engine when I'm parked on my brakes. And like last night, some days I don't because I work 7 days a week. Sometimes my break period ends up being 15 hours instead of 10 hours. But then these people who go home for 2 and 3 days at a time, they have a home or somewhere they go to, so there's no reason for the trucking company to pay for air conditioning to air condition a sleeper cab during that time, or the cab of a truck. So with the fuel prices being what they are, I don't think the company's going to let me idle the truck because the air conditioners that run off of the main truck engine, they can keep up. It could be 115, and if I got both of those running full blast, with some reflective material, and that's part of the problem. I need to get some reflective material for the windshield and the windows, which I will be doing soon. That will keep it cool enough in here during the daytime because I tend to park my rig at the, I'm actually parked for the day at the hottest part of the day. So I'm already seeing that I'm going to have a choice between altering my work schedule, which I'm loath to do, or maybe taking the summer off. But the thing about that is it's it's like 4 months long. Especially Texas, you're looking at it's like hot for like 5 months. So I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I'm sure I'll figure it out like I always do. Oh, you saw some of that? Good deal. Yeah, pretty good stream. Some of the callers annoy me, but that's really neither here nor there. I'm already annoyed. Mm. And Yurt made a prepared video. He mixed in some of my live streams like I'm doing right here, which unfortunately the audio is so poor. I think it's okay, like if you're actually watching it right now and listening to it now, but and I don't know what his level of equipment is that he's doing this editing on. So by the time it got edited and processed and compressed again, recompressed, it was pretty hard to actually hear what I was saying. LSD, yeah, and well, and real quick, Musical's a Secret is old enough. Not calling you old, but I mean, but that he got the real shit, presumably, because at a certain point, the older folks, back in the '90s, into the 2000s, I noticed, and I've actually I've never really taken LSD at all myself. I had a very small amount one time, but I don't really know a lot about LSD. It was about, so I don't even want to get into what I was told that it was, because I'll just sound like a complete square, normie idiot. And I will be honest, I'm still a bit scared of LSD. And to me, I'm just going to go to the mushroom versus the LSD. And especially now, if I knew I could get the real deal stuff like from back in the day, that would be different. But, do I really even know what I'm getting a hold of? And I am a fan of Hamilton Morris's channel, Errol, the famous filmmaker Errol Morris's son, who I believe passed away now. And Hamilton Morris gets into a lot of these substances from an actual chemistry perspective, which I don't know any chemistry, but I find it fascinating to be able to just to listen to somebody who is knowledgeable talk about the chemistry of a lot of these compounds, such that it seems to me whatever people are referring to as LSD that's available now, number one, may actually be more than one compound. Just like when I say OG Kush is my favorite strain of marijuana, well, that's actually at least like there's at least like 4 different strains within what we call OG Kush. Oh yeah, LSD. Yeah, I'm sure they did. He said he had Music Holds a Secret had friends that burned their brains out on LSD. Yeah, but then that also ties in with the marijuana, in that a lot of people want to pretend like marijuana, high amounts of THC, which is psychoactive. They want to pretend like it's just completely harmless and benign. And the fact is, marijuana absolutely causes psychosis in some percentage of its users. I mean, there's no fucking doubt about that. It's 100% of a thing. And I even see it on some of these, videos like these body cam videos from law enforcement where somebody's having some sort of mental health crisis, and they're like, "Did you take drugs?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, I smoked marijuana." And then the cops are just like, "Oh, that must have been laced." Well, like, dude, people don't lace marijuana. Like, I'm sure it happens like every once in a while, but that's not really a thing. Like, why would it just doesn't even make sense? Like, oh, I'm gonna take this, and especially with as powerful as the marijuana is nowadays, it's like, oh, let's put other drugs on it, but let's just tell people it's only marijuana. Like, that really doesn't make a lot of sense. So the cops, who are very straight laced, typically speaking, and not very open minded, they're like, oh well, it must be laced. I'm like, no, that's it. The marijuana made this person psychotic. Is what happened. They're experiencing psychosis, and it was directly caused by the marijuana they consume, especially if they're eating it. But then some of us, like myself, I can eat massive amounts in comparison to a lot of people. and of marijuana, and and I've eaten so much I've literally started to have visual hallucinations, and I will never become psychotic from it. I just don't have the, for whatever reason, I don't have the makeup to actually become psychotic. But some people do, and then some people who are going to end up being schizophrenics start smoking cannabis, like in their late teens, and it actually brings it out earlier than it may have otherwise happened. There's a lot of, especially male schizophrenics, it tends to develop more, it seems like, in their mid 20s, although obviously that's a spectrum. But I was in high school with a kid who cannabis triggered his schizophrenia. He was like eight, wasn't even 17 yet, I guess. He was 17 or 8, probably 18. That is a real thing. So I think any of these, and back to the arrowwid.org, I think it's, an individual, why, and I understand if children, literal children, 15-year-olds are experimenting with substances, they're probably not going to be a type like me who likes to go to the library and research, all sorts of information. But myself, when I first became interested in it, now I'm doing Alta Vista searches probably back then. I'm searching the internet, the World Wide Web. And okay, here's this website. So I'm reading the website because I want any substance I'm interested in possibly taking. I want to learn as much about it as I can beforehand. I think that's very important. And I was right about 20, I think, the first time I ever even did smoked marijuana. I would think, what I see, it's really better if somebody waits till their brain, again, especially males, if they wait till their brain is fully formed. For a lot of people, it's going to be around 25 years old. But, realistically, a lot of people are going to try it in their teens. Alcohol is what I tried as a teenager. Marijuana was so prohibited when and where I grew up, and it had such a negative stigma that I'm sure people smoke. Well, I know people were smoking it, but they were hiding, doing it, on the sly. And it was, if one was caught with it where I'm from, it would have been a strong penalty. Literally a weed pipe was literally a felony. That, yeah, synthetic THC, man. Uh, Dude, I've had some. I tried. I had a vape pen, a vape cartridge, a gram. I guess it was a gram. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, 1 gram. One of the taller vape cartridges I bought in Arkansas. I'm trying to remember. It was. I know it was the THCO, which is apparently an acetate. Again, I'm not a chemist. Um, so really, it's taking just regular THC, delta 9 THC, tetra, however, whatever that is, tetrahydrocannabinol or whatever it is. And I think it's literally just changing like one molecule. And it totally, changes the way the body processes it or whatever. And it was that, it was this other thing, HHC, which I even forget what that is, but it's the same thing. So what a lot of this, it's not, they're really not synthetic in that, these are synthesized compounds, but when people hear, oh, that's synthetic, cannabinoids or synthetic marijuana, well, it's not, it is, but it's not. I mean, because they're starting with, from what I can see, especially in the U.S., because of this farm bill, what they're doing is they're starting with what they can acquire legally, which is going to be, a lot of that's going to be from the male plant, stripping these cannabinoids off and using chemistry and solvents and whatnot and processing these things in a certain way where they're able to legally produce these compounds versus, look, why not just see what we're doing to ourselves? Why not go to the actual plant? So what I'm saying is, and I've been telling people this, yeah, I've tried CBD, I've tried a lot of these things, and I have a lot of experience with actual Delta 9, the real deal THC. I have a lot of experience with it in all forms, by the way, in virtually any form other than, boofing it, if that's the thing. And especially eating it. I have a ton of experience eating, cannabis is high in THC. Kind of lost my point there, but and what I was telling people when somebody had anxiety or people are they're coming to realize that we have a an entire cannabinoid receptor system. I forget what they call that, but that our bodies the why can't I say that endocannabinoid system. That's a real thing, right? And then so there are people like myself, if I actually do have autism, for whatever reason, there has been a noted benefit for autistic people, but we need, if I am autistic people, they need much higher doses than normal, which is probably why when I did regularly smoke, just regular, because what we had in Arkansas was just regular Mexican brickweed. I tended to smoke a lot of it compared to other people, such that I would, not that I was a drug dealer, because I wasn't, but now I'm having to try to buy an ounce so that I could sell 3/4, so I can actually smoke a quarter in a day and a half or 2 days, at the time by myself, in addition to whatever I'm smoking with my friends back in the day in my 20s. I'm more or less, just to be able to afford it, I'm having to be able to, I'm having to just kind of distribute it to my friends. But then if you look at the farm bill and all of these various mechanisms, now these big labs processing all this stuff. But to call it, they are synthesized, but and the thing is, we don't really necessarily know the long-term effects on the body. So, I myself, I don't think I would be comfortable, ingesting some of these things, THCP, THCO, all of these different things on a regular basis, because the long-term effects aren't really known, versus I myself have already tested the long-term effects of high doses of just good old-fashioned natural Delta 9. If that makes sense. I don't know, I'm on a bit of a ramble, but it's difficult to oversimplify some of these. Although people do tend to oversimplify, it's difficult to do that effectively, I would say. And apologies for I'm behind in the chat now. So, and the eyesight, man, the night driving. I've noticed my eyesight, it was not so bad in the afternoons. Like yesterday, it wasn't too bad, but maybe it's the night driving. I can't hardly tell. I can see, but my distance vision is fine. I can actually see to drive, no problem. It's the trying to look at my dashboard. It's very blurry. Even through my bifocals, the dashboard's blurry. So that's where we're at on that. Then I can see to drive without my glasses, no problem. But and I initially started even wearing glasses in the first place because of my astigmatism and eye strain. Definitely time to visit the eye doctor. But I'm starting to see that it's probably most likely in the very near future, and this is probably why I'm hesitant to drop $250 on a headset, because if I do park the rig temporarily here shortly, I won't have any use for it. So I'll probably go with my gut, and we'll just have to deal with the audio from the $10 Amazon Basics earbuds, which does have excellent noise canceling. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The lights on the new vehicles. Absolutely. Yeah. And my dad, he bought the Audi TT Roadster the first year it came out, and he had leased it. And at a certain point, a car like that comes with actual high performance tires, meaning they wear out very quickly. And then he didn't drive very much. So at a certain point, he's paying like $750 a month on a lease, probably. He's not really driving the car. And my dad he wasn't into like a midlife crisis, let's get a cool car. He actually he was a car guy my whole life, but he liked European cars. He really liked European cars. Volvos, actually. We mainly had Volvos growing up. He really was into Volvos, but he bought this Audi TT Roadster. Well, there wasn't any Audi TT Roadsters running around Arkansas. So I'm like, hey, man, and I had a decent job at the time. And I also knew about TireRack.com, So I'm like, hey man, let me drive that bad boy. And this is when I was with ex-wife number one. We had a mortgage. Literally had a garage to put the thing in. I wasn't. I had my own car. I was drag racing, and then I also was driving. Her name was Lamb. If anybody cares, LAM. I was driving Lamb. She had a Honda that her dad had bought her. Her hardworking Vietnamese dad had bought her when she was in high school. So, oh, and I think we also had. So yeah, we had three vehicles between the two of us. Yeah. So I didn't even have to drive my. Didn't even have to drive my drag car, my street racing car. So I'm like, yeah, man, I'll stick this bad boy in the garage, but I'll put a set of tires on it for you. The tires will wear out, which is part of the reason he wasn't driving it as much as he might otherwise. And he was a cheapskate. He would just end up. He doesn't know about TireRack.com back in what would that have been, fucking '99 or whatever. So I think I got a set of tires fucking installed for like, oh, it was less than $500, man. Crazy cheap for high performance tires. But you're going to get 10,000 miles out of these bad boys. And I forgot why I actually brought this up. But, I can see I've got all these stories and I'm bad at telling them. Why did I talk about that? Must have been the novelty of driving around in that actual something that was kind of, because it was very ahead of its time, stylistically. That car was. People's reactions to it, especially in a place like Arkansas, were amusing. Like I remember, as I lived in Northwest Arkansas, I remember cruising through, and I like to just drive around. And I did a lot of cruising. I like to just cruise around. I remember driving through the campus on like a weekend day, and like coming up like sorority row or whatever, and for whatever reason, all the sorority girls are outside taking a picture, some kind of formal picture, and dude, like all of their heads just turning in fucking unison as they're all fucking lined up, 50 of them lined up for this picture, just like looking at this car. It's just fucking hilarious. But I can't remember why I actually went into that story, so my apologies for that. Why did I start talking about that? Oh, the headlights. Good Lord, man. Craziness. Well, it was one of the first cars to have those kind of, the halogen or whatever they call it, the really expensive headlights. And the lights appeared kind of blue. And a lot of people were actually getting pulled over and ticketed, and because you can't have blue lights, because that's associated with law enforcement or emergency vehicles. And the people are like, "What are you talking about? I bought the car like this, dude. It's a brand new Audi. What are you talking about?" The cop's like, "Man, those lights are fucking blue, man. What are you doing?" So I never got pulled over for that, but there was an element of that, me recognizing like these are bizarre headlights. And then people, flashing their brights at me thinking my brights are on, just because they're not used to, headlights of that intensity. But as a truck driver, I know how to like still be able to see the road, but like look away from the bright light. Because I do frequently, people are coming at me with their bright lights on. What's happening, D-Rex? Good to see you. Let me see if I can catch up on this chat. I can't say I'm worried, but I am going through that New Mexico port of entry where I recently got a level 3 inspection, which sounds bad. It's kind of like DEF CON. People say, oh, he's at DEF CON 4, but it's like actually DEF CON 1 is the most serious. The same thing, it's the opposite. So same thing with the DOT inspections. Level 1 would be the most serious. But I've been procrastinating, and I need to print out a physical copy of the registration for the tractor, since I'm slaved up, like Polly Slave would say, since I'm out here slaved up. I do have it on my phone though, so maybe I could just say, well, sorry, I never haven't printed it out yet, but here it is on my phone. Hot enough. Uh-oh. Got to stay out of this. Yeah, GM GMO weed. Well, yeah, of course, yeah, genetically modified, absolutely. And then you get into the back to the cannabis. You get into the concepts of the so-called land race strains, like your Durban poison, what's the other Afghan Kush or whatever. These strains that over time were naturally modified, naturally curated to be able to grow, with little attention, with little care and attention in specific environments, right? Afghanistan or somewhere. And supposedly whatever they were growing outdoors in Mexico back in the day, like whatever I was smoking, the Mexican brickweed, supposedly is actually fairly decent, you know, supposedly it's halfway decent quality, so-called mids, but it's the way they dry it and then the way it's compressed into literal bricks, that's what fucks it up in the most. That's what and then of course the government spraying paraquat on it at some point probably doesn't help. I bought quarter ounces of brickweed and it was like literally like the size of a silver dollar, but it weighed 7 grams. Like you could hit it with a fucking hammer almost. Yeah, crazy. But kind of back to the synthetic, the fact that I can go into a smoke shop in Arkansas and I can get a vape, a vape cartridge, and it's literally if I just want to get fucked up, the actually intoxicating effects are right up there with any form of legal stuff I've ever done. And I've done a lot of dabs, I've done a lot of edibles, and dude, I got as fucked up off of that vape cartridge as anything else I've ever got fucked up off of. But I can just literally just wander into the smoke shop and just buy that, no problem. But then, you know, to get the actual fucking, you know, damn near organic, close to the source, natural version, I gotta buy it. I have to have a medical card. In Arkansas, I'd have to see a doctor, get a diagnosis. Here's a medical card, and now I got to pay 50 a gram for concentrates. I'm not paying 50 a gram for concentrates. That's insane. I'm not doing it. I will literally get in my fucking personal vehicle and drive my happy ass to Colorado before I will pay $50 for fucking grams of concentrate. That's insane. But I can go to the smoke shop and for no more than $40 I can get a 2 gram fucking cartridge of some synthesized cannabinoids that are by the letter, by the color of law or whatever, by that are technically legal, is fucking ridiculous, man. And for somebody like me who's very detail oriented, just the fact that I'm just coping with all of these inconsistencies in the past would have just drove me fucking nuts, man. It's ridiculous. What are we doing to ourselves? So for me to see how dysfunctional a lot of these various systems are that comprise, society today, from an anthropological, sociological, psychological standpoint or standpoints, like why would I expect any of this to be functional? And why would I expect people to so-called wake up and now, oh, well, these people are going to create function out of this dysfunction? I just don't see it, man. Like based on what? What are if anybody subscribes to those ideas, what is that based on? And I'm Razvan, I'll and I know he's not around because he's not working, but I'll go in on him a little bit on that accord. Like, what are you basing these notions on that people are just going to wake up and then now all of a sudden people are going to be able to work in harmony to create function out of all this chaos and dysfunction? Why would it? Why would that happen? I need to see some evidence. I do not see that trend developing. And apologies, now my eyesight, I really can't even read the chat at all right now. I think I do need a second monitor for my laptop though, so I think Amazon is very soon going to talk me into buying a 14-inch portable, one of those nice $100 portable LCDs. And dude, the technology, man, it's every day that goes by, it's just more and more and more accessible. And I tried to do I was doing a pre-recorded video last night because Drew pointed out that I do not have any. If somebody goes to my channel for the first time, it actually looks like I don't have content because it just says, this channel does not have any videos. Although, yes, I do. They're all under, they're live streams, which apparently YouTube does not consider to be an actual video for whatever reason. But yeah, cannot read the chat, unfortunately. But yeah, the headlights are a thing for sure. Very fun car to drive, by the way, the Audi TT Roadster. I'm not personally a fan of convertibles, so of course I would be more into the hardtop. But I certainly didn't have the resources to purchase such a vehicle. And if I did, it was like a $50,000 car back. That was a lot of fucking money back then. And it still is now, but that's just a regular car now. If you want a regular decent car is like 50 G's nowadays. Heavy car though, that's the problem with those. Heavy. Oh, what are we talking? Oh, now I'm trying to read it. Musical's a secret. He got fined by one of those Nazis. Here, let me put this on the screen. Since I think people that watch the replay probably don't actually read the live chat, I'm guessing. We'll put that on the screen. Something about Nazis, inspections. Oh, when we were truck driving. Oh yeah, well that's the thing is, I mean, and this is back to the being, this is back to me choosing to interface as a slave in some ways. Dude, anytime the fucking government wants to, one of their agents can pull me over, and dude, they can absolutely find something to fucking give me a ticket about if they're determined. Yeah, and at a certain point, I realized like, as long as I'm at least, and I am just responsible and detail oriented by nature, so as long as I'm halfway on top of what I've got going on here, I feel like I'm going to be all right overall with truck driving. But the main thing with me not parking the rig once it starts to get too hot, and that will be where I'm at right now. It's not going to be much longer. It's going to be fucking hot out here, and it won't be long at all. Out here in the desert. Trying to figure out because I have to have my own space for ranting and raving and doing content creation. So like I could go and stay at my dad's apartment for a month or two, probably up to 2 months before we start driving each other nuts. But and that is a two-way street, of course. But these apartments, man, I'm just too fucking loud. I do not have an inside voice. I don't like to disturb people. And then a lot of, look, it's 2 in the fucking morning or it's 3 in the morning right now. I need to be somewhere where I feel comfortable. Even a motel, I don't really feel comfortable in most cases talking at this volume at 2 a.m. I don't want to disturb others. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. I just really need like a shed and dude, a fucking electrified shed in somebody's backyard, like Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys. Like literally, I just need a fucking shack. And this is also kind of where, although I was not doing content creation, I was doing more reading and writing back in the Holmes days. So I was still, accessing my creativity, but more writing, so more into writing, more in the vein of writing. But dude, that was certainly a big part of the appeal of the homelessness, was in environments where I could, even if I didn't have my own physical fucking structure, I even just pitching an A-frame tarp, in a little bitty, and this is also back to this idea of why I have no desire to purchase property for myself. And then we get into these notions of allodial title. Dude, as far as the legal, as far as being a slave, you know, arguably slaved up and all of this, dude, as far as the corporate structure, the government at the level of corporations, as far as they're concerned, they literally own the property. It's that it's a legal mechanism where I'm issued a deed to the property. I really don't own the property. I'm giving money up front to be able to have access to the property, and then I'm literally in part I'm renting it because I'm going to be owed property tax. Now, if I chose to do that in Arkansas and I'm out in the county somewhere, it's not going to be very expensive. The property taxes are low, but then we have high state income tax and we have high sales taxes in Arkansas. Even to this day, even the grocery tax is high relative to other states. It used to be just insane. The actual just on food, you know, versus Texas, 0% tax on groceries, 0% tax on even nutritional supplements. So these nutritional supplements that I had sent to that are waiting for me at an Amazon locker in Arizona, I paid sales tax, like damn near 10% sales tax on those nutritional supplements. If I have them shipped to an Amazon locker when I'm headed back east to Texas, it's 0% sales tax. But then who remembers the good old days of no tax of whatsoever? You know, all of these sites, Amazon included, did not used to charge any sales tax. So, I mean, just putting all of these various mechanisms in the context of the beast system, right? Versus, I understand, especially it seems, and I don't want to pick on Music Holds a Secret too much, but I am critical of the boomers in a lot of ways in that, you know, my dad is constant, and my father's, you know, 67. When he talks about, when I'm having conversations with him, he recognizes that from his perspective, I now have a relatively large income because he's on. I think he has some secret fucking pension, or I think he has access to some secret income that he won't tell anybody about because of his divorce with my mom. He went through whatever he went through financially with that. So I think maybe he has some kind of monthly. He has access to some kind of funds. You know, when his dad passed away, possibly an inheritance, but it's really none of my business. But so I just go by this notion that his totality of his income is his Social Security. But I can see that, well, he's living beyond that. So he has some other source of income, but it's really none of my business. But the man's literally living on, I would say, no more than $1,200 a month, as far as I can tell. Shout out to Verizon, by the way. The Mint Mobile's crapping out here. I am in the middle of nowhere. Dude, the Verizon's fucking, it's going strong. In the cell phone carrier wars, I think Verizon's probably the best overall. Although, dude, the fucking T-Mobile has way fucking better bandwidth in a lot of places than the Verizon does. But out in the middle of nowhere, the Verizon seems to be the way to go, as far as I can tell, and AT&T to a lesser extent. I can't now. The live chat's gone because I got no signal on the T-Mobile. How about that? That doesn't happen very often. See if we can get it back here. No service. Oh, here it's back now. Now, why does the phone not know? See, all I did was go into airplane mode, wait 2 seconds, and then go out of airplane mode, forcing it to reconnect to the network, and then now I'm back. Why does the phone not know how to do that? That's a mystery to me. Shouldn't the phone realize, hey, if we drop off the network and then reconnect, maybe we will have internet? Does the phone not constantly seek internet? Yeah, mortgage literally means death pledge. Well, and this is also something that I find fascinating is back when I literally spent a fucking year of my life in my, decent. I'm pretty good at reading, researching, remembering, retaining information. So I read 10 books. I read an entire book about just mortgage-backed securities. Shout out to, it was originally titled $1 Trillion Meltdown by Charles Morris. I believe the later version was called $3 Trillion Meltdown. But the book is mostly about the actual mechanisms of mortgage-backed securities, so-called derivatives. I actually know what a CDO is, a collateralized debt obligation. But yeah, mortgage. So because of the way the financial system works, the bank doesn't loan me money to buy a house. The bank is allowed, through the way the financial system works, through what do they call this? This is where my memory's starting to fail me. Dude, what the hell? It's oh my God, this is terrible. There's a technical term for when the bank loans me $10,000, they actually get to create that $10,000 did not previously exist. It comes into existence at the time of the loan origination, but they actually create like $70,000. There's a technical term for that phenomenon. Is it fractional reserve banking? See, I used to know all this, dude. Just like I could just rattle this shit off. I believe that is fractional reserve banking. That's referred to. Yes, fractional reserve. See, and I'm starting to doubt myself. See, I knew it was fractional reserve, but I'm starting to doubt myself. So because of the way that works, and we're not, on so-called real money anymore, and it's debatable if we ever were in the first place. We, meaning the United States of America. Because of how that mechanism works. Now, if the bank actually, if we were on, real money, an actual, gold, so-called gold standard, the bank would be able to just loan me money that they already had. But since they don't have the money they're loaning me, they can't loan, they're not loaning me money. So the way this works legally is they're literally, I swear to God, this sounds so fucking ridiculous. And I myself did not believe it. And I was in a mode of, yeah, I'm listening to Alex Jones every day. Yeah, he's disseminating this information, but I'm going to verify all of this as much as I can. I verified this for myself, but please do not take my word for it. They literally are renting you a motherfucking payment book. I swear to God. So the actual physical payment book, the fucking loan repayment schedule, that's what you're paying for. They're renting that to you. I swear to God. Legally speaking, that's how this works. It sounds insane. So do you see how fucking, like, look at what we're dealing with in the first place. So please forgive me for having no desire to fork over most of my very limited net worth in the context of accessing a piece of property that I don't actually own. Apologies. I don't drive at 3 a.m. to have bozos like this one in front of me suck up the ass of the trailer and just hang out. Now they have to try to save face and pretend like they're going slow. See, this is the shame. See, they're not going 64 miles an hour. They're saving face. That they're trying to pretend like, well, actually, I just happened to be back there driving slow. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Yeah, fractional reserve banking. So a problem for me when it comes to a notion, and again, back to my father, when he sees my income, he's projecting himself onto me, which is, from his mind, is, oh my God, take that money and go buy some land. Because land is still I would say it's no longer cheap. I don't think there's really such a thing as so-called cheap land anymore, although probably there is, but there's still land that's not prohibitively expensive, which does seem like it's cheap, right? It's like, yeah, oh, it's like when I say people are saying, oh, that would be better. It's like, well, really, no, it's not better because that implies good. It's actually less bad. So it's already bad as far as the shit is expensive more or less across the board. But, there's still land that's not prohibitively expensive and is somewhat attractive, dude. I could absolutely go buy 5 acres in Arkansas somewhere, and it's not prohibitively expensive. I could probably get 5 decent acres. I'm just guessing, and I don't really even know a lot about real estate and land. I could probably, if I'm not too picky, I could probably get 5 acres, 3 to 5 acres in Arkansas of decent land, for 50 G's, I'm guessing. Maybe less, but yeah, probably 50 grand. And cash is king, if I really shop around for somebody that's desperate, and I've got cash in hand, I could probably and I am a decent negotiator. I'm a decent negotiator, so probably I could get a deal. So I understand, like I can absolutely relate to people saying, buy some land, buy some land, buy some land. But where I would challenge that person is to recognize, look, that's something within that person, such as my father. It's something within him that I don't have because unfortunately, for better or for worse, I've examined these systems in excruciating detail from a lay perspective, and it's turned me off to the notion of. And on the other hand, I know how to go out here and pitch an A-frame tarp. And if it's the wrong time of year, I know how to go on Amazon and buy a $50 mesh tent and have it and pitch the mesh tent without poles underneath the tarp in Arkansas to keep the bugs off of me. And I know how to do that in such a way that, especially if I'm pitching camp at night and decamping in the morning, dude, I can be on some piece of property for free for 12 hours out of the day. I've done it. So why do I need to fork over a big chunk of change? And I like money, and maybe I want to have a grip of money. Maybe I want to have a grip of money in my pocket, although it's not my pocket. But maybe I want to mob around with a grip of money all the time, just because I like mobbing around with a grip of money. But I don't ever flash it, because that's called, let's try to get ourselves robbed here. No flashing of cash, but I'm a little old school in that way. I like having I do like having almost damn near 10 G's in my pocket. And I'm a gambler, so maybe I will come across a poker game at some point and be like, well, I need to buy into this poker game for 500, but I need to be able to buy back in a couple of times if I get unlucky right off the bat. Oh yeah, no, dude, yeah, I understand. Yeah, in Music Holds a Secret is making extremely valid points. He paid 30 grand for 3 acres, but now it's worth 45 to 50. But then surely you can recognize that the likelihood, and this is, by the way, this is the main factor in the 08-09 crisis or collapse, and literally a global financial crisis, is that a lot of this securitization and a lot of this, the way in which all of these various financial parties, and this sounds ridiculous. You had literal pizza boys quit their pizza delivery jobs and went into cold calling to sell mortgages, and that was all based on, well, we get to charge a fee, and we get to take the fee right away, and we can give the pizza boy, we can break him off a commission, and the pizza boy will happily cold call all day, Boiler Room style, the movie Boiler Room. There are people with those personalities who are hustlers, because to be a fucking pizza boy is to be a hustler on some level. There is a grind and a work ethic involved, and these people will happily go out there and cold call black folks in New Orleans, and people who've had, oh, we look down on them as slum dwellers, but these are homeowners going back 5 generations, some of them, and we will uh, use our silver tongues to convince them to mortgage their homes. And at the same time, Alan Greenspan is literally, if anybody knows who that is, I believe he was Secretary of the Treasury, and then was he Fed chairman at a certain point? See how I've already forgotten. And then we get into the Mussolini ideas of the state and the merger of the corporations. It's like, does it really matter what actual titles Alan Greenspan held? The fact is, MAGA hero John McCain once referred to Alan Greenspan as a financial genius on the level of, if he died, dude, he said this. John McCain said we would prop him up Weekend at Bernie's style to keep him around. Like, no bullshit. Oh, there's no fucking, as the shoulder disappears. I missed the, I missed the area where I could actually park. Dagnabbit. I gotta take a leak. All right, guys, bathroom break. Not going anywhere. I am super interested in all these financial topics, so I want to come back and rant and rave about the financial system a little more. If y'all will humor me and indulge me. One moment. BRB. Well, and I do agree that land is definitely in demand, higher demand than normal. And yeah, there are people moving from the cities. That is true. But then the fact is, cities are doing just fine also, as far as we hear all this stuff about San Francisco being a shithole and a cesspool, which is, I've seen it firsthand. That's not wrong, but dude, San Francisco is literally the fastest growing large city in the country. So they talk about Austin being fast growing. Well, it's not growing as fast as San Francisco is. You know, so then you got, you know, yeah, the super wealthy, or maybe a lot of them, and then, you know, people who, you know, yeah, can they move to fucking downtown Little Rock, Arkansas and make 150 G's? Yeah, but they can make damn near $1 million in San Francisco. And then, yeah, downtown Little Rock is fucking, it's better than it was, but it cannot hold a candle to San Fran motherfucking Cisco, you know, which other than New York City is, I would say, is the best city in the country. But I'm speaking as a person who likes cities. I don't want to live in a big city. And in fact, I've never lived in a large city. But I love spending time in large cities, me personally. But as long as I can get the fuck out of there when it's time to get the fuck out of there. Of course, I'm really only speaking for the perspective of pre-pandemic. You know, now things have changed drastically. So at the exact same time that the pizza boys are literally cold calling uneducated. I don't even want to say uneducated. People in New Orleans who are at a don't have high levels of formal education necessarily, but these are not dumb people. Well, at the same time that's happening, Alan Greenspan, and I'm paraphrasing, and again, don't take my word for it. Please do your own research. But Alan Greenspan's literally saying, he said this. I mean, again, I'm paraphrasing, but he said a version of this. A person would be a fool to not take advantage of historically low mortgage rates. And he was specifically speaking in the context of refinancing using an adjustable rate mortgage or an ARM, which was a gigantic factor in the financial crisis. And the entire thing was based on the notion that home prices will never fall all at the same time all across the country, which of course is exactly what happened. Home prices collapsed with a few exceptions. Home prices collapsed across the board nationwide. So the inflation of the bubble was based on this idea, well, of course, home prices cannot possibly fall all at the same time across the board nationwide. That's not possible. But it's almost like, oh, now we're challenging the universe. And then that's exactly what happened with a few exceptions. There were some home markets that more, and then there were some places like where I'm from in Arkansas, it was already collapsed. It can't really collapse any further than it was already at a very, it was already depressed. Even right now, I can go to my hometown and I can buy a decent house for $100,000. And people, are talking about, being priced out of the market, and you're looking at, in most markets, from what I understand, you're looking at about 250. And then I'm talking about places like Alabama, fucking Georgia, wherever. I'm not talking about, the more expensive. I'm not talking about the Northeast, or I'm not talking about the Chicago area. I'm talking about the South. Where I'm from, and also areas of Mississippi, it's so fucking impoverished. If I had $100,000 in the bank, I could absolutely buy a decent house in my hometown for $100,000, no fucking problem. But then again, a person can't move from the city. A person can't move from California or the Northeast to Pine Bluff, Arkansas. It's too much of a culture shock. Now, they could move to the general area if they wanted to buy a large piece of property, and they could only ever drive to the super center, right? And they could drive back to their property. But they can't live in the neighborhood I can live in and live in a $100,000 cash house. That will literally be a remodeled, fucking refurbished, decent house on a small piece of property in a neighborhood. But I'm from there, so culturally I'm able to do that. Dude, that's just a bridge too far. That's why the home prices are still low, because that's not accessible to people. See what I'm saying? The one thing ties into the next thing that ties into the next thing. But so can I really blame the black person? And it's not even because they're black. And a lot of these were white people. Can I blame a poor person who inherited their home from their parents, who inherited their home from their parents, and then they're getting cold called by boiler room pizza boys, and at the exact same time that Alan Greenspan is on their television and John McCain is saying, hey, this dude is such a financial genius, if he passed away, we would prop him up and put sunglasses on him, Weekend at Bernie style. Literally, the man said this. And then that man, the genius, is saying you'd basically be a fucking dumbass if you didn't refinance. And when he says refinance to an adjustable rate mortgage, what he's saying is if you own your home outright and it's not mortgaged, you'd be a moron not to mortgage it, because you now have so much equity in your home. Your home's worth $200,000 now. It was previously worth $100,000, so we'll just give you $100,000. And now you have a mortgage. Now and under adjustable rate mortgages, now your fucking mortgage is $300 a month or whatever. And look, I'm not a finance. I don't know. I'm just pulling that out of my ass. Those may not be real figures, but it's probably not that far off. But that's based on a very low adjustable mortgage rate. Okay, let's jack that rate up to 10%. Now you're whatever you got to pay back Now that's doubled overnight. And now the person has bought a car. They've blown most of the 100 G's or the 50 G's or whatever lump sum they got. Now can they afford on their fixed income? They can't afford a $700 a month mortgage. But before this, they literally owned their home outright and were paying no rent and paying no mortgage. They were living for free other than utilities. But then what happens as soon as the shit hits the fan? Now all the major outlets, all the 3 TV networks are saying, they're blaming the people who took out the mortgages. Oh, because Americans were greedy and used their homes as ATMs. Yeah, but why did they do that? Why did they do that? And then what did the banks say? The banks point a finger at the Congress. The banks say, well, we didn't want to make all these loans. Congress passed laws and forced us to do this. Basically saying that, well, it's racist that we're not giving these po folks loans that they wanted. But meanwhile, the po folks didn't want the loans until the Boiler Room Pizza Boys called them on the phone. So please forgive me for not wanting to go out here and break off a large portion of my net worth to buy some piece of dirt somewhere that I don't actually own at the end of the day. Now, if I could somehow get access to a allodial title, now it's a different ball game. Now we're playing a different sport. Now you've piqued my interest, because now it's much more difficult for the government to come take my land. Because as far as I'm concerned, if the government can come take it, I don't own it. And you'll never convince me otherwise. And like I say, I know how to go pitch a tarp on some piece of land that's so undesirable that nobody's caretaking it in real time, so that they're not detecting me as long as I don't make a nuisance of myself. How about you? Do you see how the one thing connects to the next thing that connects to the next thing? But yeah, the general public doesn't see this and has no ability to see this. So why would I expect them to be able to see this? I don't. But I blame the government. But then, the banks blame the Congress. But then right around the same time, we literally had an actual sitting member of Congress said it out of his own mouth, the banks own the Congress, which is true. So how can the banks say, well, we didn't want to make these loans, Congress forced us to? Well, except we control the Congress. So what are we even talking about here? Now we're back to Benito Mussolini's idea of the state. It's all one thing. So it's various factions of the nightmare dystopian beast system blaming other factions of the nightmare dystopian beast system for the literal collapse of the global financial system. And also at the same time that John McCain is saying that Alan Greenspan is a genius, and if he passed away, we'd prop him up Weekend at Bernie's style to keep him around so that the economy will stay good, so the economy will keep humming along. That was what was being implied. And then at the same time that's going on, Greenspan himself, somebody asked him about derivatives, mortgage-backed securities, and he himself said that he didn't even really understand them at the level of how they operated as financial instruments. And this is a person, of a high level. His understanding of the financial system would be far beyond mine. Of course it would. But I can more or less describe to you exactly what in the fuck they mean when they talk about derivatives, especially with respect to mortgage-backed securities, which, by the way, was a fraud. And then we get into, we need regulation. We need regulation. Well, no, you don't. That we have fraud is illegal. Just put people in jail for fraud. Nobody went to jail for these frauds, by the way. I think literally one person went to jail for fucking mortgage-backed security fraud. It was not a thing, man. We don't put people in prison in the United States for white-collar crimes like this. Not like that. If a person works within the system, very few people go to prison in the United States for working within the system, even as they literally break the law. It almost never happens. Like these the Bayer executives, that Factor 8, the United States government absolutely let Bayer sell Factor 8 uh, tainted blood products. The U.S. government just said, just go, don't do it in the U.S. The United States could have prosecuted those executives. I know at least 2 Bayer executives went to prison in France for that. See, some of these other countries do incarcerate people, and we can make fun of France all we want. Oh, they surrender, blah blah blah. Dude, the French don't take shit off their government like we do. Yeah, are they slaved up? Probably they are. Not like we are. They have mass strikes in France. Dude, when the French government starts tripping, those people don't go to work. Like literally 25% of the workforce stays home and fucking takes to the streets and shit. France don't fucking play on certain levels. Oh, but what do Americans believe about France? Just like that bozo on one of Truth or Cop's live streams, he literally thinks that Hillary Clinton is a hick from Arkansas. No, she's not. You know, these people literally think that. I lost my point, but what was I talking about? You know, these people literally believe things that are just simply untrue. Because they're not examining these concepts. Oh, they believe that the French are a bunch of pussies who surrender. Meanwhile, didn't the French win the fucking World Cup at some point in recent history? A Frenchman will punch you in the motherfucking mouth. Dude, those are aggressive people. How many Frenchmen have you ever known? You can call them pussies and they surrender all you want. Go to motherfucking France and see how far you get with that. Padna. I've never been to France, but my research indicates that the things that we believe as Americans about France really ain't true. They're not having it over there on some level. On some levels. But then on other levels, they're fucking all fully slaved to the gill. Of course they are. It is a Western country after all. Pay to play. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Music Holds a Secret. Yeah, America, everything's a business in this country. Literally everything is a business, and we only measure in money. Europe seems to have a little more of a culture of valuing things that can't be directly translated into money. So when people see me, and they, especially when I was homeless, when they interact with me, and I used to get annoyed because people would say to me, "You should write a book. You should write a book. You should write a book." It's like, well, and they didn't. By the way, they had no idea that I actually know how to write. You know, how many people have tried to write a book and just had no writing ability? Yeah, I could write a book, absolutely, if I wanted to. I don't want to. And furthermore, I was annoyed by them saying this to me repeatedly, but I didn't know why. So finally, and I'm not that smart, so finally I examined this idea long enough. I finally realized they're not saying that I should write a book. What they're saying is you should monetize your life experience because this is America. Everything's a business. We only measure in money. And I am interested in your experiences, Benton, but I really can't validate my interest until I can measure it in money. Because if you do write a book and it's not really successful, now I can look at the amount of money your book made and say, well, really, his experiences are not that interesting because look, nobody really wanted to buy his book. I can't just go down to the local Books a Million and buy Benton's book. Yeah, I got to go buy the ebook off of Amazon. He's self-published, right? Because no publisher was interested. See. But then I know and shout out to Andy Yurt with books. I bet he knows a little bit about the publishing game. That's a whole racket in and of itself. And I've talked about America, dude. This is scam nation. This country is a one big scam comprised of smaller scams. Dude, the publishing industry in and of itself is a scam upon a scam upon a scam. And if you look at one of my favorite books, Chaos, and this guy about the Manson family and all kind of conspiracies. And the guy was not a conspiracy theorist, but this guy literally researched this book for 20 years. And it's one of the best nonfiction books I've ever read, no question. And this guy more or less had to play the publisher game, so much so that publishers were suing this guy. And really all this guy was doing was living off of advances and fucking personal loans so that he could finish his fucking research to actually be able to write the fucking book. Okay. Literally. And then we get into this idea of starving artists, and we get into this idea of what I was talking about on your live stream last night. You know, performance art and just creative types in general, and so-called artists. You know, and so that this is a big attraction of the fiat mining, is that I'm engaging at the level of performance art on some level, right? As you know, as serious and as narrowly focused, and as you know, I do understand I come from kind of a discourse, almost like a university lecturer in some ways. You know, a fucking symposium. You know, me and Yurt and you know, maybe a couple of other people. Yeah, we could fucking put on a symposium. You know, probably. And but that has, you know, that only appeals to certain people. Dude, I love hearing a fucking lecture. You know, if I'm interested in the topic, of course I do. But to me, this is performance art. You know, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to talk about before I come on here. I literally started this live stream today because I'm trying to get through these goddamn slave checkpoints. I'm trying to get through them early enough in the morning where I won't get harassed as much as I might otherwise. Literally. So I'm like, okay, if I live stream, I won't have to take as many bathroom breaks. Yeah, and I like to talk, of course. But I do believe there's an inherent value in the actual. But I do consider this an art form on some level. It's not a highbrow, fucking highfalutin art, but it is. I do consider it art on some level. Performance art, and I'm honing my skills. Yippee skippy, go Benton. But I don't see it as something. And see, in the past, I would have bought into that mindset of the person who's like, you should write a book, who's saying you should turn your life, you should access your creative abilities at the level of turning it into a business. Well, I don't want to turn my art, if I'm willing to consider this art, which believe me, I know how that sounds also. But if I'm willing to indulge and say this is my art in some way, I don't want to turn that into a business. I would rather I would rather do some combination of living with almost nothing, and then, which I did for many years as a homeless person. I taught myself to live on almost nothing of society, and I would like to use that. Now I have an ability system. I'm willing to, you know, identify as a U.S. citizen and a slave enough to operate a commercial motor vehicle so that I can simultaneously do my art, you know, my performance art here. Ideas and discourse about ideas, and also mine the fiat. And again, I like money. I like mobbing around with a grip of money. Why wouldn't I am a gambler, and that's where some of the poker. And I know I probably annoyed Europe with some of the poker references on last night's live stream, but in that last point I made, it was a good point. I think the one about, you know, chess being a game of complete information, and I made a point that, you know, with Yurt, like, can you be okay with, you'll never really know what Trooper Cobb's true intentions were, but in the poker game, in the ongoing poker game, you can absolutely deduce over time. And I made an example of a specific instance in a specific poker game of a time in which a person, you know, I basically allowed himself to fool himself into thinking that I had a specific poker hand in No Limit Hold'em that I did not actually have. Right. And it was like a grudge match because we had similar skill levels. And, you know, it was a bit of we were in our 30s at the time, so it was a bit of a dick measuring contest also, the two males of a certain testosterone level going head to head, right? Well, I got the better of him at that time. So, but the thing is, that's where I get down to, I'm okay with not knowing, because I'm also in that situation some of the time where I'm the one, okay, now I'm folding a hand in a large pot. I'm letting my opponent have that large pot of money that I might have been able to win, but I'm reading the clues. Okay, I think I'm supposed to fold my hand here, but I'll never really know, because even if he tells me, I can say after the game, hey man, what did you have there? Well, he may or may not tell me, but now we're still playing poker at the level of, can I figure out, is he going to tell me? Because it's absolutely, he can just lie and say, well, I had this or that, but that's not what he had, right? And I will say, this person, if I had, that was one of the last times I ever played poker with that person. If we had continued to play, he would have figured it out over time. And I'm not going to just lie. If he ever just asked me, hey man, what did you have? I would have either told him or just said, well, I'm not going to tell you. But I bet you can figure it out if you think about it really hard. And I would have given him enough clues, and eventually he would have been like, oh, you had this. And I would have been like, yeah, exactly. You dumbass. You never considered that I could have had the same exact cards you had, because it's so mathematically unlikely. There's only 4 kings. We both had 2 of them. That only happens, mathematically, that happens very rarely, but it does happen sometimes. We had the same hand. So the moral of the story is, never fold 2 kings pre-flop, you bozo. You can always flop a king. Well, not always. In this case, you can't. But most of the time, you can still flop a king if they have aces. So let's just go ahead and put all the money in pre-flop with the 2 kings. What are you even doing? We can split up these Dumbos' money. The Dumbos, we can split that. We can each take a half of their money that they foolishly put in the pot with their ridiculously weak hands. We'll split their money. Anyway, if anybody follows the poker references, I know that's all kind of vague. I don't want to get too inside baseball with the poker talk, but Jungle Man's playing Phil Galfond, 2 of the best PLO players. They're playing Heads Up PLO and live streaming it, so I'm sort of getting the poker fever again. And that's my game, Pot Limit Omaha. That's what I like to play. Since I'm a gambler, that's known as the gambler's game. Yeah, San Francisco GDP in 2022 was 1.4 trillion, #1 in the U.S. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Cali is, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Cali is, a lot of this hate and derision is directed at Cali, but dude, Cali's killing it, man. And again, when we talk about America as a business and we only measure in money in the U.S., dude, California is absolutely killing it. And geographically speaking, I don't think it's debatable. California is the best state there is, geographically. I don't think any other state even comes close geographically to it. It is the best state. Now, there's some other states that, well, I can't say nobody comes close, but I think it's not. I think it's a clear #1 is California. But then what does, the Magabozos, people like, even when I was a young person, there was a lot of hate and derision directed at California. But California then and now was and is killing it. But then California also has the highest poverty rate in the nation. But Arkansas is the median income in Arkansas is Arkansas is like 48th or 49th in income. But then I start seeing the gaps in understanding and knowledge. So now I'm going to these. I found a channel, this Caleb Hammer, which surely that's not his real name. Caleb Hammer, and he's I don't know what generation he is, but I guess he's Gen Y, presumably whatever's after the millennials. And he's doing a lot of these financial audits where he's bringing in somebody typically of his generation or younger, but maybe sometimes an older person, and he's like forensically dissecting their personal finances, and he's really good at it. And let me, real quick, I'm losing my points, so let me get back on track here. Why did I say that? Fuck. Why did I say that? Oh, I'll get into the rating agencies. Yeah, they blame the rating agencies. I'll get into that also, Woody. Well, real quick, while I'm trying to remember why I just brought up this Caleb Hammer channel. Good channel, by the way, if anybody's looking for a channel. The rating agencies. So here's what happened when the financial crisis unfolded. In the aftermath, after Lehman Brothers collapsed, and was allowed to collapse, by the way, the state, Benito Mussolini's state, absolutely allowed Lehman Brothers to collapse. I mean, there's no question about it. So Henry Paulson. Now this is literally the official fiction. This is the official story. Henry Paulson was working for Goldman Sachs, and he sacrificed because in order to become Secretary of the Treasury to help manage this crisis on behalf of the government, to help the American people. This is the official story. He had to convert his Goldman Sachs stock into money. So he sold his Goldman Sachs, he liquidated his Goldman Sachs stock. He sacrificed and suffered and took what was probably hundreds of millions of dollars. He cashed out of his Goldman Sachs stock. He became Secretary of the Treasury. So a big part of this fraud was that all of these mortgage-backed securities, see, initially, if somebody created a derivative, a so-called derivative, and the derivative really more refers to the actual trading of these instruments after they've been securitized. So when these securities are created, there's a limit to how many of those securities can, what limits the amount of securities that can be created is the market for the purchasing of the securities. In order for all of these various financial institutions to be able to charge a fee, we have to have buyers for the securities. So one of the limiting factors is once all of these securities have been sold, the limiting factor became who can purchase these securities, meaning, well, the school board, the Teachers Association of some school district in Kansas, their retirement fund can only by law purchase AAA rated securities. So if we want to create these securities and we want to sell them to the teachers, retirement fund in Kansas for some school district, there's these school districts all across the country, it has to have a AAA rating. So these rating agencies fraudulently, they engaged in fraud, literal fraud, and they gave these instruments AAA ratings that they should not have, right? And by the way, haven't even talked about credit default swaps. And see, dude, there's no, and AIG, we haven't even talked about AIG. I mean, dude, it's impossible to expect the average American to be, dude, who can devote a year of their life to studying all this well enough to even understand it? And not that I even have it. I would say at some point I did have a borderline expert level understanding of the overall picture. But, dude, I understand all the research I did to be able to speak on these topics. Your average American, I can't expect them to go there. But look, we haven't even talked about credit default swaps and AIG. That's a whole nother fucking 45 minutes. So every one of these topics is a 45-minute fucking discourse. Dude, it's a symposium just on the credit default swap portion. This is insanity. It's intentionally overly complicated and sophisticated. And hopefully I can remember, because I know I was on an interesting point when I brought up this Caleb Hammer channel, but unfortunately I lost my point when I did so. So when Henry Paulson took over right after the Lehman Brothers collapsed, as Henry Paulson is taking over, as he's transitioning out of his Goldman Sachs stock, he's getting cashed out, and he's getting sworn in as Secretary of the Treasury. So shortly thereafter, he has a press conference. So what they were talking about when they're trying to pass the bailouts through the Congress all you heard was toxic assets, troubled assets, toxic assets, troubled assets. So Henry Paulson takes over, and they're like, hey, now that Americans have agreed to bail out the banks, what about these troubled assets? He said, what are you talking about? Those are AAA rated securities. He said it out of his own mouth. The same person who was beating the drum of these are toxic assets, he was helping push the narrative of these are toxic assets, troubled assets. And in fact, the bailouts, a big portion of the actual congressional bailout, which by the way, that wasn't, when you say the bailouts, that wasn't really what that means, but because there was multiple bailouts, the majority of that was quantitative easing via the Federal Reserve, which could amount to as much as $1 trillion in 1 week alone, which that is larger than the $700 billion congressional bailout, of which only about half of that was ever even distributed to the banks and financial institutions. The car companies, shout out to Ford, who didn't actually have to be bailed out. General Motors, I'm looking at you. And again, now we're back to the trauma. Dude, these things are so traumatic. Of course, Americans weren't processing all of this data in real time. Well, I was. And by the way, shout out to Alex Jones. I think that Alex Jones should have won a Pulitzer Prize for covering the financial crisis. A lot of why I know this is because I was listening to his reporting every day, and then I was going and verifying it for myself. And then I also read a bunch of books and news articles about it. But his coverage of it was far and away the best coverage, especially if you look at daily coverage. Literally, Alex Jones, the government info/disinfo agent, I believe deserved a Pulitzer Prize for his coverage of the financial crisis of 0809. No bullshit. That's why I refer to him. He may very well be the foremost newsman of his time. Like, and people laugh at me when I say that. Like, no, really, like for real. In a way, he is the Walter Cronkite. In a way. He's our version of that. So yeah, but why was he able to say those? And shout out to Dark Glasses Woody. Why was he able to say that with a straight face and a bold look on his face, and just like more or less daring somebody to challenge him? Because to challenge his statement in that moment would be to challenge the very basis, one of the fundamental pillars of our entire financial system. To say, well, okay, the credit rating agencies, the rating agencies themselves were on some bullshit. And this was also, remember, this is all in the context of Enron, in which Arthur Andersen went bankrupt. A ratings agency went bankrupt because of they co-signed this fucking Enron. They rubber stamped Enron's fraud. By the way, a lot of Enron's fraud involved trading in markets, trading energy, creating new markets for the trading of energy, and doing what? Securitizing. This Andy Fastow, who eventually became CFO of Enron, that was where he was considered to be an innovator. In fact, was touted as like CFO of the year at one time. And let's not forget, Enron stock was the darling of Wall Street and was literally the number one stock for like 9 years in a row. Like, no bullshit. People forget that. So when I mention Enron, I'm speaking in the specific context. But Andy Fastow, and I think the government was involved. I think there was a lot of, fucking dark arts and three-letter agencies involved. But yeah, Andy Fastow came from banking, and he pioneered a lot of this trading of these complicated financial instruments. And what also had happened, Enron had petitioned the government to switch over to market accounting. Guess what happened in the run-up to the subprime mortgage crisis? Mark-to-market accounting was involved in a lot of these in the subprime mortgage crisis. Had a lot to do with the fraud and what happened with the subprime mortgage crisis. A lot of that functioned via mark-to-market accounting. But then back during the financial crisis, people would watch a documentary, or they would learn a little bit of information, and they would run around vilifying something like market-to-market accounting, but not be able to explain what is mark-to-market accounting. Mark-to-market accounting is Enron signs a deal with the government of India to build a power plant, and Enron estimates, okay, over the next 10 years, we're going to generate this amount of income over the next 10 years, and Enron estimates their profits Enron literally estimates the amount of money they believe they're going to take in by signing this deal, and they literally declare profits in this fiscal year for a power plant that they may or may not actually physically build. That's mark to market accounting. It's a literal fucking fraud. Now that doesn't mean it has to manifest fraudulently, but it's like a framework for fraud. And then we very quickly get into AIG, American Insurance Group, and credit default swaps, where the way banking works is these financial institutions that are they're trading derivatives off what they call off balance sheet. Well, the people who run those, the big baller Jays who run those financial institutes understand that they do have, their job is to manage this risk. Oh, well, look, here comes AIG, and through this new mechanism called a credit default swap, AIG will happily take a large fee from me. Hey, here's 5 milli. I'm Bank of America. Hey, AIG, I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Meaning, here's 5 milli, AIG, and you can go ahead and pay your salespeople commissions, and we can go ahead and give the executive bonuses this year in part off of Bank of America's 5 milli, and then Goldman Sachs is like, okay, I'll give you 10 milli, and it's like I got three milli on it, and what we're going to do is we're selling portions of our risk. AIG is going to buy large portions of our risk via a credit default swap, meaning that, again, it's all based on the very unrealistic and unlikely notion that home prices will fall in lockstep all across the country all at the same time, meaning the risk of large sale defaults in mortgages, meaning homeowners not being able to pay their mortgages. So AIG says, hey, give me 5 mil, Bank of America. You own huge portions of really bad toxic assets. Give me 5 mil, and I will buy that. That risk, meaning I will assume your liability for the default. Meaning that if these defaults occur, now Bank of America gets to say, well, look, I don't have to pay this because I have this contract with AIG via this credit default swap. And by the way, haven't even talked about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac yet. Oh, they're involved as well. The literal government is involved as well at the level of credit default swaps and mortgage origination and mortgage-backed security. But again, I'm not an expert on this. Please do your own research. But why does Benton know this? Because Benton likes to do research, and when Benton gets interested in a topic, he becomes obsessed and learns everything he can and reads everything he can get his hands on. And Benton woke up one day in all 3 of his TV channels were saying, if we don't pass the bailouts, businesses can't get the loans they need to pay their workers. And Benton knew that was bullshit because he knew enough about business to realize, yeah, businesses do take out short-term loans for cash flow purposes. But what kind of failure of a business can't pay its workers unless it borrows money? Like, what is this? So Benton said, better get to the bottom of this. And at the same time, Benton is listening to Alex Jones every day, and Alex Jones is going off about AIG, credit default swaps, derivatives, CDOs, and mortgage-backed securities, thus giving me the keys to the kingdom. Now I know what to go out and research. So I did. Yippee skippy, I only did it because I like to research. That's it. If I didn't like to research, I wouldn't have done it. So I would never say, well, why don't you go and research? All I'm saying is verify for you. Don't take my word for it. Verify it for yourself. But if you're not going to verify, you kind of have to take my word for it. I don't. Or believe the official fiction. Or believe, well, those are AAA rated securities. I'm Henry Paulson. What the fuck are you talking about? Those aren't toxic assets, even though I myself called them toxic assets last week. And even though a big portion of the actual congressional bailout, the actual law is called Troubled Asset Reallocation Program, or TARP. It's cognitive dissonance. These are professional liars. These are professional liars. And Jamie Dimon, the CEO of, I believe, Citigroup at the time, although it might have been Bank of America, I forget. I forget where he was when. But on his Wikipedia page, you can go in there and you can read, well, my bank didn't need the bailout funds. We accepted the bailout funds because we didn't want the smaller banks. We wanted to be an example to the smaller banks. We didn't want them to say, well, Citibank didn't take the bailout funds, so why should we? We were trying to set an example. My bank didn't actually need them, so out of the goodness of my own heart, I took the $50 billion. I mean, that's the level of criminal, crook, con artists, con men we're dealing with in America. And this is Scam Nation. It's scam upon scam upon scam upon scam. So my money grip, when I'm mobbing around with a grip of money in my pocket, my big money grip that's debt. Those are debt instruments. And those debt instruments are literally composed of scam upon scam upon scam upon scam. That's what this is. So please forgive me for not fearing economic collapse when the motherfucker already collapsed in 0809. Meanwhile, they, meaning the nightmare dystopian beast system, can and will prop this motherfucker up as long as they want to. Because there's no end to the human imagination at the level of creating these financial instruments. It will never stop. It's literally the only thing that would limit these financial instruments. By the way, none of this shit was ever fixed. I hate to burst your bubble, but they, meaning the government, never actually fixed any of these problems. Literally, none of this was ever actually addressed. I'll tell you how they fixed it is they provided massive amounts of liquidity to the banks, and they continue to do so to this day. And that's why if you read an article, more money's been created under Biden than in all of human history before that point or whatever, and in all of American history. And that's being done because most of it's being funneled through the banks. Why? Because the banks can only do business with one another based on liquidity because of how bad their balance sheets and off balance sheets are. Because if I'm Bank of America and I understand just what a fucking shit show my books are, I have to assume that Wells Fargo, Citigroup, and all these other institutions, that theirs are just as bad or worse. So how in the hell if I wouldn't do business with me, how can I do business with them? Oh, but I see the government is happily providing us all with trillions. So now I know if worse comes to worse, I can get my money. That's what's going on here. That's what quantitative easing is. And that's why literally the $8,000 I've got in my pocket is losing. As I'm mining the fiat, when the fiat hits my account this week, it's worth slightly less the next week than it was when I received it. It's devaluing in real time. I'm actually, and shout out to Highly Suspect, who didn't want to accept what I'm telling him. Thus, the people are literally incentivized to spend the money as quickly as possible. Going back to when W. Bush was president, and what did they keep saying? It's a consumer-based economy. They talked about economic stimulus. They talked about we got to get the consumer to spend instead of hoarding cash. And they talk about, oh, well, Americans don't save money. Well, of course they don't save money. They'd be foolish to do so. Why would they? Now, I believe where Americans are fucked up is that them, myself included, tend to not have retirements at the level of 401ks and Roth IRAs or whatever. Well, but what's the point if I'm just going to end up cashing the shit out early anyway? It really seems pointless to me because then the fees take a big bite out of my ass. If I'm gonna be, why not just hoard the cash? Is the way I look at it. If I'm going to end up accruing fees because at some point I'm going to need to cash out of the IRA or the 401k prematurely, and they're going to take a big gigantic bite out of my ass, I might as well just never give the bankers the fees and just go ahead and hold the fiat. That's the way I look at it. Because I fucking hate banks and I hate bankers. So I got people who want to talk about the Jays and how evil the banks are, but are involved in high levels of banking. I'm involved in almost no banking. So go fuck yourselves. I'm trying to stay away from these banks as much as humanly possible. Give me that fiat. I'll just hoard the fiat. And if I wake up one day and it's worth almost nothing, oh, well, that's just what happened. Because motherfuckers in Cyprus woke up one day and the banking system decided, well, actually, we've just done a bail in and you had 100,000 in the bank, but guess what? That's now 50 because we took half of your deposits, partner, and can't do nothing. You can't do nothing about it. And if you think you can, here's that fine print you agreed to. Might want to read that, buddy. Might want to have a gander at the fine print, partner. You done or agreed to all this in advance. How about you? So don't cry to me, Argentina. Don't cry for me, Argentina. You agreed to it. Versus if I save up 20 G's and I wake up one day and I can't hardly buy nothing with it, oh, well, that's just what happened. Versus, well, I made some already rich bankers even more rich, and now I also have nothing. Fuck that. Why? For what? Oh, because they were willing to let me use my property as an ATM. And now Bank of America's fraudulently stolen millions of pieces of property and homes all across the country through literal actual fraud. Fraud meaning they never maintained the fucking chain of custody at the level of the actual documents that they needed to foreclose on people's homes. But if you want to foreclose on people's homes, somebody has got to go to a county clerk at some point and present some paperwork. And Bank of America realized, well, actually, because these mortgages got sold and resold and repackaged and resold so many times, we don't actually have the paperwork to foreclose on this home. So, hey, let's just go ahead and generate it fraudulently because, we probably won't get in too much trouble for that. And, we know we're here in the U.S. and they won't actually send us to prison for that. And worst case scenario, we'll pay a fine. They'll slap us on the wrist. So, yeah, we'll profit $5 billion. But then the government will basically through the Benito Mussolini state, we'll fine ourselves an amount that sounds big. And if we make 10 billion, well, that doesn't sound like much. But if we pay a $800 million fine, 800 million sounds like a lot. 50 billion doesn't sound like much. See, I think we should convert. I don't think we should even use hundreds of millions anymore. It should be converted into billions. What's that? 0.8 billion? It's not 800 million. It's not a fine of 800 million. It's a fine of 0.8 billion on a profit of 50. It's nothing. It's a fee as far as they're concerned. They pay. It's a fee that they may or may not be able to get out of paying in the long run. But when I was dumb enough to still think that the government could serve the people, I actually went to some sort of town hall and I told my congressman, I said, "Look, man, I'm seeing what's going on in this financial system. Why shouldn't I just, if you can't beat them, join them?" I said, I'm smart enough to go get a finance degree. Why shouldn't I just go back to school, get a finance degree, and get rich off of all this? And of course, he assured me that people would be held accountable and it would all be fixed, which certainly it wasn't. But that's not the point. I'm saying now I'm incentivized to go at a certain level. Like, why am I? Am I really foolish enough not to go make $250,000 a year by also perpetrating fraud? Certainly, I can make $250K a year through fraud, absolutely, and not have to worry about going to prison. Hell, I could have made close to that trafficking cannabis, literally, but it wasn't worth the risk of possibly going to prison, so I did not do so. But the fact is, I could purchase a pound of marijuana in Oregon for no more than $500, and I could absolutely sell it for $5,000 in Arkansas directly to people I knew. No fucking problem. What's that? 10x? But yeah, but I might get locked in a fucking cage for 15 years over it, and come out as a felon. It just wasn't worth it. Not worth it. So I have to factor in the possibility that, well, yeah, that could happen. I could end up in a cage, surrounded by other animals, surrounded by animals in their own cages. No thanks. Yeah. Well, in 6.2 trillion, I mean, there in the live chat, uh, doesn't sound like a lot of money, really. Our brains can't really, I don't think we can really conceptualize a trillion, which is, what is a trillion? It's 1,000 billion. $1,000 billion. So uh, when you get into derivatives, that is enumerated in quadrillions, which, as far as I can tell, one quadrillion is $1,000,000,000,000,000. And see, they, meaning the nightmare dystopian beast system, they know that we can't conceptualize these figures. So, oh yeah, we'll make 50 billion, and then we'll find ourselves 800 million, and that sounds like a lot to the masses. 0.8 billion sounds like a lot if you make sure to convert it to millions, hundreds of millions. What is a billion? Is how many trillion? 1 billion is what, 0.0001 trillion or something like that. With the decimal places. What is it? Tenths, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000. I don't know. However it works. I forget. But again, I cannot expect the average person to be able to understand this. What I allow to frustrate me is that the people around me, on some level, know that I understand these things, but they never come to me and like, hey man, what do you think about this? Because we know that you've studied all of this, and like, we're obviously not going to spend the time and all the brain power and the banging our heads against the wall to try to figure this out. Why don't we just give you the info, and then you just give us your opinion, and we'll factor that into our decision making matrix? That never happens. And a lot of that, I think, comes through advertising, where people have been marketed to at the level of their own self image, where they don't understand that one of the major ways in which they're marketed to very effectively is they are appealed to at the level of they're considered an authority on everything. So that if they purchase specific goods and services, now they're emboldened and empowered, culturally, sociologically, to in their peer groups, to view themselves powerfully and as like authorities, right? Which does, in fact, I believe, help create some of the narcissism. But see, if they're not able to humble themselves enough to admit that I know way more about these matters than they do, then why would they ever seek my advice? Well, of course they won't. And again, I don't even want to give advice. I just mean the fact that somebody would say, hey man, I recognize that you know a lot about this. What do you think? And I'll be like, oh yeah, well, this is what I think. And then they can take that, add it to what they know, and make an informed decision. But that literally never happens. And I understand why it doesn't happen, and I do not expect that it will happen. And by the way, this is part of me living outside for 6 straight years, and most of 10 years was wandering the streets to figure all of this out, or I was going to go nuts. This is how I maintain my sanity and still be able to function in this beast system. I had to reconcile these things, or I was going to go nuts, and then just self-medicate and end up most likely dead or in a cage, or even worse than dead or in a cage, end up in the mental health system on God knows what kind of meds, with a psychiatrist, a team of a mental health team, all deriving portions of their income from managing my psychoses and insanities and whatnot. Fuck that. I'll take it to the streets and figure this shit out for myself. Partner. And I did, because I have a will and I'm able to make myself do things. And I do have monastic aspects to my personality, and I'm attracted to asceticism. And I did enjoy parts of that. There were aspects of that I enjoyed, of and minimalism and all of that. Yeah, it's great. There is a certain appeal to everything that 90% of everything I own is in a backpack, and I'm physically carrying it around. And it's just all, I can just spread it all out before me and organize it and categorize it. And it's all the things I'm using on a daily basis. Versus living in a house or an apartment, and now, dude, we're all hoarders, man, on some level. If when I lived in a house or an apartment, I had way more stuff than I needed. And just in this truck, I got a bunch of stuff I really don't need. What's happening, Lloyd? Good to see you, brother. AJ Lloyd, shout out to you, sir. I believe is that JG? What's happening, JG? Good to see you, sir. But then, now I'm back to 1998 or 1999 Fight Club. The things I own end up owning me. Like, that just hit me, dude. That fucking floored me. And I almost never use that term, floored. It really did. Like, I was like, immediately realized, yeah, absolutely. I'm living in this house. I've got these cars. I've got these clothes. I've got this wife. This shit owns me. I don't own this stuff. This stuff, it literally owns me. But then we get into internalization versus externalization. The tendency is, okay, now I have this new bit of information and I want to interface with it. So the easiest way to do that is to go tell people about it externally. Versus over time, I was able to internalize that idea and live based in part upon the things I own end up owning me. Because believe me, part of me wants to just park this rig and walk away from it. Like, there's a certain appeal to that. Just what is all this stuff? I don't need this bullshit. But I do need some of it, the herbs and the supplements and such. Certainly. But and this, I think, gets back to the meditation and the practices. Since Lloyd's here, and I can talk about myself and talk about and I can tie these topics in with myself and what I've chosen, how I've chosen to live, and I can claim credit for progress, and that's all fine and dandy. But for the individual who's hearing me, when we get to the level of meditation and various practices, and I'm always optimistic at the individual level of the person to transcend their present limitations. And I believe that all of these topics I'm speaking on, I think most of the listeners will be able to hear me, although like JG's hearing me, and he has transcended some of these limitations because of the way he's chosen to live, right? And he has chosen this, I believe, versus some people are hearing me and they are, and I can't speak for them, but it's possible that some of the people who listen to me talk are somewhat trapped in a certain comfortable lifestyle. Not that they're going to necessarily, insert themselves into hardships like I did, because that did appeal to me on a certain level. And I can talk about that all day, man. Believe me, I've got 1,000,001 homeless stories that are fascinating and interesting. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at telling them, as mentioned many times in the past. But I think what's relevant for the listener is, that the potential exists for the person to develop themselves to the point where they can interface with their understanding of these concepts that I'm attempting to elucidate through my discourse. They can do that in their own life, and they can develop the ability to work with those concepts in real time, and that will benefit them in their life. And I would love to see that personally, because that would be better for them, which then would be better for society, at least on some small level. And that would, over time, not by following me, but by doing what I'm speaking on, if enough people begin to transcend those limitations, society would become less nightmarish. This realm would become less hellish over time. Of course it would. How could it not? And to me, that is be the change that I want to see in the world. That's what that means, at least in that context. But again, I'm not trying to create a man-made system for other men to follow, because I believe that is the human tendency. But Krishnamurti and his book, The First and Last Freedom, disabused me of that notion. Oh, wow, actually, yeah. I'm out here searching for a specific system, when in reality, it's about creating a system, designing my own system, but only for me at the level of my practice, at the level of my interface into this reality. Because I am interfacing into this reality in a much different way than other people. We all have our own unique, discrete interface, although there are some similarities. That's the, no two snowflakes are the same. Like, I believe we all have our own discrete, unique interface into this reality. The shared reality, by the way, and I do believe it is a shared reality. And then we get into topics of subversions of our creative force and all of this. And I guess I'm done with the financial talk. I'm still wondering why in the hell I mentioned that. I know I was onto something interesting that I never quite fleshed out when I brought up that guy's YouTube channel that he's doing the financial audits. Super interesting, by the way. These people. It must have had something to do with the idea of using one's credit and debt and using one's home as an ATM, which to me is just ridiculous on its face. I'm a person who, if I've got $1,000, I might take my $1,000 and go. I might buy into a poker game with my entire net worth. It's called, I'm an actual gambler, and I did suffer from compulsive gambling. Thankfully, I've overcome it in my life, but thankfully, the only way out is through, right? I moved through the compulsive gambling and came out the other side. Thank God, because I'd hate to actually become an alcoholic at the level of Glennon. Oh, I remember something I wanted to make. Yes. Okay. I find this fascinating. So I'm now in these channels. I'm starting to hear these people, because a lot of these people are in the Austin area, and it's very expensive. And they're thinking about moving to other parts of the country where it's more affordable, or rather less expensive. So one of the places I'm starting to hear mentioned is Tennessee, right? But these kids don't understand. It's not Tennessee to move to. It's specifically Nashville, because Tennessee is like 45th in the country for median income by state. Tennessee is a poor southern state, y'all. It's not comparable to Austin, Texas, at all. Now, Nashville may be a more affordable version, a less expensive version of Austin in some ways. But when they start saying, "Oh, move to Tennessee," no. That's go move to bumfuck Tennessee. That's called culture shock. That's not going to work for you Californians and city folk. You're going to have to move to Nashville itself. It's not going to work to move to some small town in Tennessee. That's not going to work, man. That was the point I was trying to make. But I'm starting to hear these people, they're talking about things they don't even know what they're saying. So now I'm in the live chat like, well, actually, Tennessee's fucking 45th out of 50 in fucking median income or average income or income by household or whatever. So you might want to actually try to understand what the hell you're talking about. It's like when you say Tennessee, you really mean Nashville. Let's just go ahead and call it Nashville. But guess what? You're going to face if you think you're going to move to downtown Nashville. Yeah, rent's also $2,000. It's also $2,000 a month for a studio in Nashville. So might as well stay in Austin. Tennessee ain't solving your problem. Are you going to really go live with the po folk in Tennessee? Probably not. Because people from places like California, people from places like Los Angeles, Manhattan, Chicago, they really do look down on us commoners, us simple folk, us fucking Southerners, us hillbillies, whatever we are, us laymen. They look down on us. They're better than us in their own mind. And I am frequently and regularly underestimated, which guess what? If Benton carries the day, if Benton outsmarts these motherfuckers, it's probably because they underestimated me. So I'll take that all day, every day. Believe me, as soon as I open my mouth, a Californian just assumes I'm an idiot. Solely based on how I talk. Solely based on my accent, I'm now a Dumbo. Meanwhile, I made a fucking 99 on. I made the highest possible score on the ASVAB, the Armed Services Vocational Assessment Battery. So, my score on that may very well be higher than my actual IQ. So, come at me, Californians. I'll take the Pepsi challenge with most of your intellects all day, every day. Meanwhile, go look at if you look at a ranking of IQ by state, Arkansas is higher than California. Why? Because y'all got a whole bunch of morons in your state. Californians, you got a whole bunch of dumbos. I just don't have very many I don't have very many high IQ people in Arkansas. You know, California has the most Nobel Prize winners, probably the Bay Area specifically. So yeah, high concentration of smart folks, but you also got the most dumbos, Cali. So yeah, you got the most rich folks, but you also got the most po folks. You got the most of everything. And I love Cali. May never return there because I am slaved up, and I need to only go to areas where I'm not going to be locked in a cage because I go everywhere with my sword on me. That's why I can't cross the Mason-Dixon line because I ain't going to be caught slipping. When it's time to draw the sword, hopefully it never is, but when it's time to draw the sword, it's gonna have, if it's not there, I can't draw it. It's got to be right here. Excuse me. Well, it's almost time to eat again. All my exes live in Tennessee. Says music holds a secret. That's why I moved to Texas. Exactly. And then shout out to John Daly, my fellow Arkansan, the golfer, who released a country album, and one of his songs was "All My Exes Wear Rolled X's," because he went through some divorces, lost a bunch of money. But the fact is, I mean, I could absolutely. I'm almost to 10 grand. I'm at 10 grand liquid. I could absolutely fuck off to Tunica, and I could play pot limit if pot limit Omaha runs 3 days a week. Friday night, Saturday night, and then maybe one other. Maybe into Sunday morning, and then maybe depending on who's gambling at the time, and then if I want to get me a personal vehicle and I drive to St. Louis, where I think they've got. But then if you look at the fuel costs, probably wouldn't be able to do that on any kind of regular basis. But I could probably eke out a living playing pot limit Omaha. Here's the thing: is it's fucking miserable sitting in a card room, dude. Those are some of the most miserable people on earth. The people who frequent card rooms, dude. It's a fucking nightmare. And online, yeah, I can absolutely make money over time playing pot limit Omaha online, but not against literal computer algorithms. I can go on betonline.ag. I can buy crypto. I can deposit on betonline.ag. I can absolutely play pot limit Omaha on there, but I'm not going to make money. And collusion. You got a lot of people. I'm one of 6 people at a table, and then I'm one person is 3 of those people, literally. Like I can't win under those circumstances. See what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, I can go to Tunica and I have the skill level to win over time. And that's not me bullshitting myself. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. It's mathematically provable. But dude, I don't want to. I don't want to. I have to physically fucking be there. And when I was drinking, it was tolerable because I'm drunk. Then so yeah, if I'm shit faced, and then I get down to now I've lost enough of my cognitive function. Like when I'm trying to watch Phil Galfond and Jungle Man, I'm like, damn, I'm having trouble even figuring out what each person has. Like man, a little foggy headed here. What is it? So here I am mining the fiat. It's a good problem to have, I suppose. But basically, the pot limit Omaha comes down to these people like to gamble, and no limit hold'em is fucking boring. So the people who want a little bit more excitement tend to gravitate to the pot limit Omaha. So you get the actual gamblers in the room. But then if they don't understand the mathematics of the game, mathematical errors that amounts to just more or less giving me free money because they don't know they're making gigantic mathematical errors. And I'm certainly not going to tell them that they're making gigantic mathematical errors. Like it's laughable, some of the stuff they do. And the poker face at a certain point becomes just, am I able to just not laugh at their the fact that they don't really understand the game they're playing? Or am I happy? Can I just sit there and take their money and listen to their fucking nonsense and not get triggered by their fucking MAGA talk? And you know, how long am I going to sit there and listen to them without launching into some sort of fucking lecture or discourse about, well, actually, it's fucking, you know, it's corporate fascism and all of this. And it's Benito Mussolini's conception of the state, you know. Which I'm absolutely able to do here, thank you. Which you folks are providing me that opportunity. So this is a symbiotic relationship in that way. So I do appreciate it. I like Tennessee. I drove all through Tennessee not that long ago in my killed in action Sorrento. And but on the back roads, I drove through a lot of them hollers in those towns. And I'm telling you, culturally and sociologically, can somebody afford to move there from California? Can a young person buy a home in those areas? You know, with the money they've saved in California, yeah. So the person that cannot buy a home in California can absolutely, but it's not accessible. Those towns are not accessible. They're just not. There's nothing there, and the locals ain't gonna have nothing to do with you other than at the level of you're an outsider. And I've got an uncle who lives out in the county. He's from Arkansas. He's from that part of Arkansas, but he's from Pine Bluff. He grew up in the actual city. He's now moved out into the county. It's the same county. And he said, yeah, man, I've lived here for over 30 years. And he said, these people will never fully accept me because I grew up in the city, in this county. He said, I will never actually be one of them. See, these city folk, somebody from California can never understand that until they live in it for 30 years. Oh, okay, they'll have to be there 30 years to realize, oh, this is why they will never accept me. And meanwhile, these people have literally never left the county, except maybe they went on vacation to the Redneck Riviera once, the Gulf Coast in Florida. They went to fucking Pensacola. Maybe they went inland to fucking Orlando, maybe. That's it. Where I'm from, if anybody goes anywhere, that's the only place they go. Unless they go to Branson. And I don't even really think that counts. Maybe they go to Branson. Or in Arkansas, go to Silver Dollar City and, you know, back when Bass Pro Shops was a big deal. Or, you know, they go to fucking the outlet malls or whatever. Like this is, and by the way, this is how far we've come in society. Like, dude, where I'm from, that was a big fucking deal just to drive hours and hours and hours and hours to go to some place that had a Bass Pro Shop. Like that's a BFD, man, a big fucking deal. But look how quickly it's not a big fucking deal. Like, look how quickly and rapidly, look at all this turmoil and tumult. You know, look at how rapidly, you know, we've had these rapid transformations in society over a very short period of time. It's fascinating to me. So because I come from, you know, such a backwards, ignorant environment, and people hear me characterize it that way, and I think sometimes they get defensive and want to negate what I'm saying. No, I grew up in ignorance in Southeast Arkansas. Nobody knew anything. Even the educated people. My dad went to college and got a college degree. He didn't know anything. This is complete ignorance. He knew nothing. From my perspective, the man knew nothing, and that's not an insult. He was how could he come out? How could he be raised in a wholly ignorant environment and not be ignorant? So the fact that I'm here speaking to you guys with some knowledge of self, guys and gals rather, my apologies, gals. We do have the occasional gal who listens. Shout out to the gals. So the fact that I'm able to speak to you guys and gals from, some wisdom that's been bestowed, and also, that I have transcended the ignorance of my upbringing, right? That's a miracle to me. And there's not many. That's why I say there's effectively, I am one out of several million. There's not that many Bentons running around speaking in this accent, in a folksy layperson type of way, speaking and addressing these topics. And not that it makes me special, but it kind of does at the same time. But it to me it verifies that I have transcended, and by God I get credit for the transcendence. Like, that is a thing that I can cite. Well, actually, I've transcended what. So when somebody addresses some of their limitations, it's like, well, that's great, but I have transcended that. Get on my level. If you're not on my level, what are you going to? And I don't mean you, the listener. This is where the English language fails us. So let me back up. If one is not transcended whatever their version of those limitations are, they're not on my level. So the first thing I would tell that person is get on my level, hypothetical person. But then that person is most likely involved in some understanding, some intellectual understanding and attainment of various concepts, but then that person doesn't understand they're involved in an externalization, and they've skipped past the internalization, and so now they want to blast advice at me, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, I've already transcended what you're speaking on. How is that person going to tell me what I should do when I've already transcended these limitations and they haven't? But because until they internalize, they're relegated to running around giving advice, which I myself used to do. And most of these things I speak on, I'm speaking from personal experience. I've also done these things. So, of course, I see the folly and the flaws in it. And by the way, I don't really care if an individual is either going to move up a few rungs on the ladder or they're not. I'm willing to accept you as my equal, but I'm not going to be patronized and talked down to and treated in a dismissive way by people who believe they've attained what I've attained when they haven't. I'm not going to entertain that foolishness, nor should I. And that's when I'm going to start to get a little agitated. I'm going to allow myself to act on my already agitated state, and I'm going to say, well, probably you might want to get on my level if you're going to try to lecture me about things I've already done, when that individual hasn't actually done what I've done. And now we get into, of course, people like Krishnamurti. When you watch him on a Q&A, it's not very long before he's more or less yelling at people. Yeah, I am going to end up yelling at some point, because it's like, hey, man, how are you going to try to tell me to do some shit? And by the way, this is why I don't really, I've got people like Drew. Drew doesn't try to give me advice, unsolicited advice. So, if you notice, a lot of if Benton starts getting froggy and yelling at people, it's people speaking on things and then trying to apply it to me. Well, actually, or you have to. Hey, man, motherfucker, I got to do what now? What do I have to do? See, my attitude immediately goes to, say what? Say what? I got to do what now? As far as I know, all I got to do is live and die, partner. What do you mean I got to? Oh, well, I didn't mean it that way. Yeah, I understand you didn't mean it that way, but you're still telling me what I have to do. What do you mean that's what I have to do? Which really it's advice. Hey, you could do this. Yeah, I could, but I'm not going to, because I'm smart in certain ways. I've already thought about all of that, and I'm strategic, and I've realized that strategically I ain't finna do all that. So why are you telling me that I have to do things that I've already examined and chosen not to do, or may do in the future, but it ain't the time yet? Because I'm plugged into the yin of the yang. I'm plugged into the yin of the yin and the yang, meaning the passive, meaning the feminine, meaning the can I get over myself and get out of my own way and let the shit come to me, aka manifesting, aka the actual law of attraction. How about you? So how you gonna tell me about some shit? How are you gonna tell me to do some shit that you don't know how to do and not you, the listener? How is a person gonna tell me to do some shit that they themselves can't explain to me how to do, but I can break down all these concepts and speak on them? And that really the only limitations on my ability to deliver these discourses is at some point I have to empty my bladder, or I'm done driving for the day, or I need to eat another meal. That I can just talk about this all day. Now I will begin to repeat myself. Of course I will over time. And I'm not so good at remembering what I've said where. And I'm not supposed to humor. I'm not supposed to humor people that want to talk to me that way. Now, if they want to say, "Hey, man, I've got I got some ideas for you. Would you like to hear them?" Oh yeah, man, sure. Now I'm asking for it, so now go give it to me. But just this out of nowhere, you have to. What? Huh? What? I think not. And I think some of that gets applied to JG, who I think I see posted in the chat, is this idea of like JG is somehow obligated to live some type of way. So a bunch of slaves, literally a bunch of people who are knowingly or unknowingly interfacing with the nightmare dystopian beast system at the level of their own slavery, myself included, want to talk to JG as if he's somehow obligated to go get a job, live in an apartment. Well, guess what? JG's probably done that. It probably didn't help him any. I know when I live that way, it's to my own detriment. If I go, if I choose to house myself up somewhere, and Lord knows I do have the money, yeah, I can absolutely fuck off to Arkansas right now, and I can go. I know exactly where to go, and I know where a motel I can go to, and I can say, here's a grand. I don't want to hear nothing for 30 days, and they love me, they trust me, they love to see me. They know I ain't causing no problems for them. They know I'm not going to tear up their motel room, but I'm not going to be able to rant and rave at 2 in the morning because the walls are paper thin. And when somebody gets drunk next door and has some kind of fucking mental health crisis, I'm just going to have to put the earplugs in and fucking deal with it. Might be able to talk them down to 800, but honestly, it's a nice family from India. I'd really rather they had the extra 200, to be honest with you. Break bread. If it's a corporation, I'll probably try to squeeze every last penny out of them. And I can also go camp out, of course. But then again, after the events of the last several years, now libraries are so creepy and weird. Yeah, I could go to some library with a study room and, reserve a study room, although not at 2 a.m. But see, there's ways around all of this. But again, now I'm describing my decision-making matrix. I do this effortlessly. I effortlessly access the decision-making matrices, although that's not really the proper term. That's really not the proper use of the word matrix, strictly speaking. Kind of like a flow chart, I guess. But then just doing those live streams on my laptop yesterday, now now I'm sore and I got a crick in my neck just from like the way I was sitting. But I can sit here driving. I'm used to this driving position. I can do this all day. Run my yap. But we'll see, man. See how she goes. Do I dare try to enter the rest area? I'm gonna chance it. Let y'all see how fraught with peril these rest areas could be this time of the morning. Might be the wrong move. I might have to just drive right back out of it. Now there's a spot, but how deep into parallel parking do I want to get right now? That might be 5 minutes of parallel parking. Yeah, probably don't want to do that. And if somebody comes behind me, they'll have to wait for me to parallel park. And people out in the road, for whatever reason. Seems like a strange place to hang out, but whatever. Hypothetically, I could have parked behind that fellow on the left, but I don't like to block that much of the road. And see, there's an actual space, but I couldn't get to it because people park in places that are not actual parking spaces. But maybe there's a spot up here, but it looks like it's all roped off. And that's why we don't go into rest areas at night or in the early AM. Well, maybe I could squeeze in over here, but maybe just for a couple of minutes. Yeah, that's doable. Go ahead and block the diffs. Ain't gonna be here for too long. I'm still trying to get through those checkpoints up ahead. Oh, and I guess it's time. I'm starting to get the warning for low coolant, which is not actually low, but I'm gonna have to add some coolant at some point today. But yeah, as far as JG's rented around 10 rooms. Yeah, since 2000. Yeah, 10 rooms. Yeah, and I've tried to point out in reference to JG that Charles Bukowski, basically he more or less lived in his time's version of how JG's living, and he really produced nothing of substance. He was way older than JG is before he ever put anything out that people that earned him money, number one. And the man eventually made his living literally as a poet, which is quite rare. But as a younger person, he basically lived like JG's living. Although there wasn't as much sleeping outside, but then financially there was always some flop house. There was always a flop house to flop in. It'd be the equivalent of JG right now being able to, have a bed to sleep in for no more than $5 in today's money. I mean, I think comparatively that's probably what you're looking at. Bukowski renting, a bed in some flop house for 1 week, probably looking at about the equivalent of like $25 in today's money, or maybe, well, no more than like $40, I would say, in today's money. Well, see, things have changed economically. We have no version of that. I rented a room in a rooming house in Portsmouth, Arkansas, which is literally for cities above a certain population. It's the most affordable area in the whole country. I rented a room in a rooming house there for like it was $75 a week the last time I stayed there. But now that's all basically, you can't even get involved in something like that. See, here's a person that literally doesn't understand how an interstate works, which is most people now. That person did not understand that as I'm a slow moving vehicle, one of the main bases upon which this road system is designed is that person is supposed to go past me. They tried to actually match my speed and stay with me. So that's a person who's either so unconscious they're not even paying attention, or they literally don't understand the basic fundamentals of the activity that they're involved in. So now I'm going to go 55. And they would need to be it's just bizarre to me. I observe this behavior just over and over and over. And again, nobody's out here cruising at 55 miles an hour. I know because I almost never just pass a car that just is going 55. So when I'm observing these things about people's psychology, I would have to be a fool to then interact with them in the real world as if this is not the way let me look at these people. I'm going 56 and I cannot get away from them. But I don't believe mathematically this is the one time a month that I just happen to encounter somebody who's going 55 and they just happen to have been going 55 as I pulled onto the interstate. Like, that's possible, but it's very unlikely mathematically. But they're doing what most people are doing is they just observe other people and they just do whatever the other people are doing, no matter what that is. And while having no ability to recognize that, well, I'm an 18-wheeler, so actually I'm not even doing what you're doing in the first place. So can we please don't base what you're doing, meaning that driver, on what I'm doing. So, how much of this do I have to deal with? I mean, this is just, you see the insanity, right? Like, this is insane. That person, that's an insane person. And that's why I say the general public is de facto insane. Because if they were driving with another car and the other car was going 70 and the other car had just passed me at 70 like they're supposed to do, that car would have just went right with them. But because there was nothing else on the road, as I very slowly tried to get up to speed, they saw my slow speed and just slowed down to my slow speed. Like, that's insane. That's literally insane. And that these people are literally out of their fucking mind. Because you never would have seen that behavior in the past. That never would have happened. So, anybody driving a car knew to immediately pass a slow moving vehicle. And if I was, not that I would ever be a cop, but one of the things that makes me want to be a cop is that's the only person that would ever get a ticket for me. I'd pull them over and explain to them that they're getting a ticket because, well, a big rig was coming out of a rest area at a slow rate of speed, and what you're supposed to do is just keep going. And instead, you slow down and match the speed of the slow moving vehicle, and here's your citation. Because that's very dangerous to do that. That causes wrecks. So don't do that. Have a nice day. Or maybe just give them a warning. But see, what's going to happen now is I'm going to hammer down and go 71, and I will just literally never see that car again. Although now that I'm talking about it, this will be the one fucking exception that proves the rule, of course. I mean, that's how that works. That's fine. I don't mind being made to look foolish. That's okay. Hey, what's happening, Mitchell? Good to see some travelers in the chat. Yes, sir. Coming up on El Paso. It's 4 a.m. Hoping to cruise through the New Mexico port of entry without getting harassed too badly. Yeah, right back at you, brother. Mars said it's good to see me. Assuming he's talking to me. Yeah, right back at you, bro. Hope you had a good visit with your buddy there. And I remember you said your friend was coming to visit. I'm headed back to Phoenix yet again. I have been to 47 and 48. I don't know who you're asking. Shout out to Dialectic Truth in the chat. I myself, I've visited 47 and 48, but I do want to point out I had been to 40 of 48 before I ever drove a truck. So I did get 7 of those states I visited for the first time as a truck driver. Now, let me think of the list of major U.S. cities I've never visited. And again, I don't count. If I only went there in a truck, I literally don't count it. So I have been to Boston. I've been inside the city limits of Boston, Massachusetts, but only in a big rig. So I do not count that. So I have not been to Boston, Boise, Idaho. See. That's the two that come to mind first out of major cities. DC, I went, but I was a child. So as an adult, I have not been to DC. Don't really want to go, to be honest with you. Baltimore, I've only been to as a truck driver. So yeah, Boston, Baltimore, Boise, Idaho. I've literally been to every other city on the West Coast. The West is the best, if you're wondering. So every city in the Northeast, major city, except for Boston and Baltimore. And not technically the Northeast. That's the what's that? The Mid Atlantic region, south of the Mason-Dixon line. So yeah, I've been to all the other ones. Yeah, sure enough. I love it, man. I love cities, but like as said before, I have no desire to live in a large city. Get in and get out. Get in, visit, get the fuck out. Hit and run. Hit and run. I tried to. My favorite city, San Francisco. I tried to make it Seattle. Seattle's probably number two, but Seattle was close to overtaking San Francisco, but I never could quite put it into the top spot. I used to like Austin a lot, but Austin's gone to shit in a lot of ways. Austin used to be pretty friendly to backpacking travelers such as myself. Travelers, you know, dirty kid style. I was too old to ever be a dirty kid, though. I was 35 before I ever did any of this stuff I'm talking about. Hopped the train to Hawaii. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you did, JG. That seems unlikely. Funny though. Yeah, fuck the dirty kids. Yeah, the dirty kids, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's like any other group of people. Most of them are trash, and some of them are all right. I think that's basically any group of people. Although we do have a bit of a self-selecting group, so I don't necessarily think this applies to this group here. But most of society, I think that's probably the reality. About to go. We might lose signal though here shortly. Although here's the question: is am I so committed to live streaming that I drive through the very annoying downtown El Paso section of I-10, which is super fucking annoying, or do I traverse the mountain, the AirSats bypass around El Paso, but I will most likely lose signal, at least temporarily, up by the military base. I don't know. I guess I'll subject myself to the horrific driving. And I'm always curious. There's something about areas where the majority of the populace skews, so-called conservative traditional family values, and those are the absolute most annoying worst drivers. That's what I'm about to enter into here downtown. In which my only real strategies are I can hit the fast lane and just go through 70 miles an hour and risk getting a speeding ticket, or I can just cruise through there at about 45 and just laughing at the poor driving. We shall see. Well, young, see that now I'm going to challenge Glenn a little bit on this concept of youth. Probably includes people in their 50s. No, it does not. Young ends when that first number in your age becomes a three. Nobody who's actually young considers anybody 30 or above to be young also. That's old. So what it comes down to me is someone my dad's age looks at me and thinks I'm still young. In reality, I'm less old than him. So like I pointed out to my mom and my dad, I said, well, I can get an 87-year-old person out here and they can say you're still young to you, but does that in fact make you young? And both of my parents have had to say, well, no, that does not in fact make me young. I said, okay, the fact that you're 67 and I'm 20 years younger than you does not in fact make me young, because I can go We can go find my nephew who's 22 years old, and if we get him to be honest, he will tell you that no, 47 is in fact old. So yeah, youth ends when uh, 29 is the last year of youth, and that's just how it is. Once that two becomes a three, that's now an old person. Youth is now gone. Now, when I was 32, I could absolutely pass for 26, but that's a completely different phenomenon. So yeah, if somebody perceives me as 26 and I'm in fact 32, well, guess what? I'm still young. But again, if my 67-year-old dad perceives me as 60 at 47 as young, guess what? The actual young people perceive me as old. Therefore, I am old. It's just how it works. It's solely based. It's relative to the perceptions of the actual young folk. That's just how it works. Meanwhile, arguably in the Western world, youth is the most prized commodity, even more so than money. It's youth. There's nothing we prize so highly as youth. I would say that's my assertion anyway. Versus, I like being 47, and 47 is old, and I like being old. Oh, but here's a 67-year-old to tell me, well, you're not old, you're young. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm less old than you, but I'm still old. But it's fine because I like being 47. I don't want to go back. I don't want to be 18 again. Meanwhile, I'm always 18 in my brain, so I kind of am 18. I'm a very mature 18 in my own brain. How about that? I say lean into the old age. And Adam Carolla, he has this thing. He likes to go on this jag where he talks about, go watch the Andy Griffith show, and Aunt B was considered an old lady, but the actual character of Aunt B was like 50. So in the recent past, a 50-year-old just accepted, hey, I'm old, you know, and behaved like a 50-year-old. Now we've got 50-year-olds behaving like they're 30 or 28. And I think it's fucking weird, personally. I think it's creepy and motherfucking weird. Just be 50. What's wrong with being 50? Back in Andy Griffith days, they would have thought Aunt B was something was wrong with Aunt B if she went around acting like she's dressing and acting like she was 35 when she was 50. Meanwhile, nowadays the 35-year-olds are acting like they're 22, dressing and acting like they're 22. And hell, some of the 50-year-olds are doing that as well. Uh, I don't like it. I'll be honest with you. Now I understand that, you know, whatever personality traits I have that skew towards narcissism, I recognize that, these things do not, these phenomena do not exist in relation to me. But if I'm willing to go there temporarily, I don't like that shit. I don't like it when people are. But again, I grew up in a time warp in Southeast Arkansas, so a literal time warp. Well, I guess it was a figurative time warp, but anyway, it functioned as a literal time warp. And dude, I don't like that shit. I don't like when people behave 20 years younger than their actual age. It's fucking weird, man. Knock it off. But it's not my job. I believe in freedom. Do whatever you want. But it's fucking strange. You were 22. Do you need to still be? You still need to continue to be 22 into perpetuity, or 26 or 28? No, man. Why? Now again, it's not for me to dictate, but I don't get it. Like I don't get that. Now I understand at the level of wanting to be accepted by society, and then and again, especially after the speech I gave about that driver, in their driving style. I understand that they're gonna, if that's what the peer group is promoting, that's what they're gonna conform to. Like, yeah, I get that. Uh, I just don't. It's just creepy and fucking weird to me. So yeah, maybe I can understand why it's happening, but it doesn't make it any less creepy and weird from my perspective. Yes, indeed. We can't. We if youth is the most prized thing somebody can have, then if we give it to everybody, now it doesn't mean anything, and now it loses its value. So that's just how it works, man. What's your somebody's favorite show here? D-Rex? Very immature 80-year-old. There you go. Hey, man, there's benefits to this old man life, such as when I go to bed at 6:30 p.m. and feel fucking great when I wake up at midnight or 1 a.m. or sleep in till 3 every once in a great while. I love that shit, man. Being able to think about something other than trying to find some female to have sex with, or trying to get the workday over so I can go home to my wife or my girlfriend. Just that preoccupation with the opposite sex at a carnal, lower chakra physical level, anyway. That didn't really start to rub off until fucking early 40s, really, for me. See, here it has begun. That thing I was complaining about downtown El Paso, it is begun. So we'll just slow down and cruise it at 59. See how that treats us. Well, so far they're driving normally. We'll see. We'll see if this continues. And I believe we're about to pass that where that Bang Bang event was. I think it's Cielo Vista Mall, the Walmart there. That big event that happened several years ago, or a few years ago now. I guess several now. That Walmart's up here on the right. I think we're about to pass that. You guys probably can't see it so well between the. Oh, and there's Mexico off to my left. Tried this before. I don't think it really translates to the camera, but all those lights that are in the background, that's all of that's in Mexico. The foreground is still America, but everything in the background over there, all those lights, that all those people are in Mexico. All those houses, buildings. Yeah. Oh yeah. Apologies for the dead air, folks. We're entering into some contemplation. And I really don't drive through here very often. I think that's it over to the right. Although again, you folks can't really see it. Yeah, that's it. Yep, Cielo Vista. There it is. I'm reading the sign right now. That's where that supposedly happened. And then I tied it in with that was right about the time that Tarantino's movie got released into the theaters, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And I noticed some. I'm pretty good with symbols, and I noticed some imagery in that movie that I think actually tied in with that Cielo Vista event. Because that the Sharon Tate, the Tate murders, Tate LaBianca. Well, the Tate murders, that was Cielo Drive, spelled the same way. And then in the movie, there's a very and I noticed this even before the event itself, before the actual event occurred. When I watched that movie, I saw it in the theater. I go to the theater to see all of Tarantino's movies, and I was truck driving, but I happened to there was a truck stop up in the Northeast somewhere, I think in Connecticut. Maybe I'm not exactly sure which state, but where there's a truck stop, and right next door is a movie theater. So I went and saw Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Right when it first came out on a matinee, I was the only one in the theater. That's a hermit's dream. Literally the only person in the theater. But I remember there was a very prominent shot where like the camera panned across and like it prominently showed the street sign Cielo Drive. And I remember thinking like, and I understood the significance of that's a famous, street name in this context. But I remember thinking like, it just seemed out of place with Tarantino's filmmaking style and just the film itself. I remember thinking that's weird. Like, why did he choose to do it that way? And then there's also a scene later on in the movie, towards the end, where there's a couple of different times where Leonardo DiCaprio's character is holding a flamethrower, but he's holding it in the same way that one might hold an actual AR-15 style rifle. And just something about that sign and that visual imagery in the context of that event, it made me wonder if that was some kind of, you know, Manchurian candidate, assuming that the thing even happened in the first place. Was that some kind of Sirhan style fucking Manchurian candidate, fucking psychological trigger for somebody to go out and do some shit? Somebody that had been programmed. It's interesting for me to think about. I mean, I think that stuff that's certainly possible. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it seems plausible to me anyway. Now I got people want to form like Voltron and create formations so they can fly in formation down the interstate, so they can look at their screen and giggle at their feed, using each other as points of reference, so they don't really have to pay attention to their driving. I tend to avoid flying in formation when I drive. Although if there's traffic, there's traffic. There's nothing to do about that. But as you see, there's really not traffic. But now people want to create traffic because they want to form like Voltron and make a formation, like we're flying a squadron of fighter jets off on some mission. And pretend like people care about safety. Well, if these people cared about safety, I don't think they'd be trying to intentionally drive very physically close to an 18 wheeler when there's one, two, three, four, five, 6 lanes right now. Between 5 and 6 lanes through here. That seems a tad silly. Yep, downtown El Paso. Not too. It's actually a pretty decent downtown, I have to say. I like downtown El Paso. And I think I stayed in that Holiday Inn Express. I think Greyhound put me up in that Holiday Inn Express after they had it. I've told that story on here before. I think that's where we stayed, actually. Pretty sure. Shout out to the chat. I see some new folks. I haven't seen whoever that was. We all hear that one day somebody showed up wanting to, who just happened to, somebody I'd never seen their name, and they just happened to immediately start talking about having all of the exact same physical ailments that I suffer from or suffer with, like all like down the line. Like, that's interesting. I said, well, this, it is the internet, so I'm just going to assume that you're in here mirroring me, whether you are or not. Like, until proven otherwise, this is being done. This is somebody with some sort of something going on in their brain where they're attempting to mirror me. So, welcome, new folks. Good to see you. Apologies for my lack of talking right now. I'll think of something to talk about momentarily, or I'll end the stream. But hopefully, I think of something. Oh, there's a UTEP, University of Texas El Paso. Arkansas has a famous basketball coach, Nolan Richardson, and he's actually from El Paso, and he played basketball at UTEP under Don Haskins. That sign said Don Haskins Center. That was his coach, who was also a famous coach, Don Haskins. $13, yeah, man. It's not so bad. I think we were up to about 16 earlier, but as said, I'm one of them because I'm looking at the chat on my other phone, other than the one I'm streaming from. Especially for this time of the morning, I think that's pretty good. I'm happy with it. But music holds a secret. He's the OG around here. There was times when it was just me and him for long periods of time. That wasn't that long ago. And maybe Glenn. I think Glenn was around a lot in the early days. Sean would pop in. JG, of course. It's funny though about the pancreatitis and all of that, and I'm talking about somebody trying to potentially mirroring me because I also had a lot of lymphatic stuff, such as an enlarged spleen, but I actually haven't talked about that part of it very much. So now I wonder if maybe they would have also had an enlarged spleen if I'd spoken on that. And I'm feeling it right now. Like I'm pretty in touch with my physicality. I'm actually feeling something's going on in the old spleen right about now. I'm quite sure what that's all about. And I'm quite ill, folks. Just again, trying not to focus on it here. But, yeah, quite ill on a daily basis. And boy, these roads are fucking falling apart in this country, man. Your tax dollars at work. And I've talked about it before. Like half of the interstate system needs to just be replaced, like now. And then, of course, upgrades. A lot of areas need upgrades as well. But I'm saying just what we have now, I'd say fully half of it's overdue to just be completely rebuilt. And that's not even talking about, especially with the deep south, a lot of people moving south, like if you look at Arkansas, man, you got huge portions of the state, no fucking interstate runs through. So they're supposed to be building interstate through some of those areas down by where I'm from in Arkansas, but not really sure when it's actually going to happen. I know like I-49 is supposed to eventually run all the way through Arkansas, and Texas they've already built out a lot of their I-49 because that I-49 I believe is supposed to eventually run coast, border to border, north south, Texas up to wherever. I don't know where it's supposed to terminate up north, but probably I guess in the Midwest somewhere. There's portions of it in Arkansas, I-49 up in northwest Arkansas. But, why not just go ahead and build all that stuff? That's the way I look at it. And then every time somebody becomes president, when Biden becomes president, when Trump became president, what is one of the major things that we always hear about? Oh, infrastructure bill, infrastructure bill, infrastructure bill. But then I'm thinking back to all these presidents, and some things are getting built, and some upgrades are being done. Some roads are being replaced and all this, but overall, man, for all the talk we hear of infrastructure, it's not happening. And that's mostly what they mean when they say infrastructure. They mean the interstate highway system, although it also includes other things as well. But that's mostly what that means. And then also it makes me think, like when I just moved into this lane, people are like, "Oh, that truck cut me off." Like, man, if the passing lane to the left is open, I did not cut you off. You're supposed to immediately, when you see my signal come on, the driver is supposed to judge my speed against their speed, put their blinker on, and get in the left lane and just keep it moving. So it's like most of the time when you hear somebody talk about, "Oh, they cut me off," it's like, no, actually, no, they didn't. That person did not cut you off. Cutting somebody off is when I change lanes and the person is forced to slow down. That's cutting off. You know, my lane was ending, so I changed lanes in front of the person who had an open lane to their left. But for some reason, they don't want to change lanes. Oh, that's right. They're looking at their screen, giggling at their feed. They're off in TikTok somewhere. Their brain's off in cyberspace. So now they think I cut them off. Like, man, I don't have all the lanes memorized in all the cities. I'm not aware ahead of time that my lane was in. Coming out of downtown now, I think we're a couple more miles is where the that Trans Mountain Road feeds back into I-10. I usually go that way. Last couple times I've gone through downtown. Wasn't so bad this time. Last time was horrible. Ugh, terrible. Hated it. Yeah, and that's what's interesting. What Music Holds a Secret's talking about. I've noticed because I go to so many different places truck driving. In some areas, dude, it's like they're just rebuilding all the roads in certain places. But then other areas like Memphis, Tennessee, for example, the shit's just literally falling apart. Parts of Kentucky, I went through. I don't remember the road I was on. Somewhere in Kentucky, dude. It was the road was it was astonishing just how it was just. I was just driving from one pothole to the next pothole. It was just nuts. And then, like in Fort Worth, they're rebuilding I-35. I guess that's I-35W because they split I-35 in Dallas Fort Worth area, but they're rebuilding the whole fucking thing, like and the access roads. Like they're literally rebuilding that entire section of interstate. It's going to be like this huge. It's going to look like something out of Houston, man. Where just these freaking 20 lanes wide. The whole thing's going to be like 20 lanes wide if you count the access roads. It's completely insane what they're doing. No place has roads like that. Houston has the biggest fucking roads as far as just the absolute total width of the interstate. If you also include the access roads, it's just nuts what they got going on in Houston. Which is, by the way, going to overtake. Houston will overtake Chicago at some point and become the third largest city in the U.S. based on an actual city limit population. So they're already pretty close to doing that. So the city of Houston is quite a bit bigger than the city of Dallas. But I believe DFW is larger than Houston Metro, I believe, or maybe they're similar. I think DFW's got more population. I have to look it up. You got Austin and San Antonio are eventually going to grow together, it appears. And then San Antonio, I believe, is number 10 by city limit population, and Austin's number 11. Texas is a big motherfucker, man. Yeah, the places where the new roads are being built, I mean, that's definitely a thing, and that kind of, I guess that says a lot about the economics, the waxing and the waning, the ebbing and flowing of the economics. Where certain areas were very major players in the past, and then, you know, I can go to Michigan and the place is more or less falling apart, and then Musical Secrets talking about West Virginia getting built up. I find it all quite fascinating, I must say. Oh, that's Popo? Yeah, Popo. No need to ride the wall unnecessarily. Dude, and I'm going to be done like by like 7 a.m. today. Like I'll just be done for the day. So I'm only really kind of hustling up because I want to get through this. There's a port of entry, and then there's also a U.S. Border Patrol. The Border Patrol is usually not a problem. It's just it gets backed up in the daytime. There's so much more traffic going through there. And then invariably whoever's actually fucking searching certain vehicles got the drug dogs out there. That's generally in the daytime. So it's just better to go through as early as possible or as late as possible. Yeah, we know we're following too close. I'm aware. Now, as soon as I hit the left lane, is it another wall going to appear out of nowhere? That's the question. No. Oh man, fun, fun, fun. Sometimes I don't really think I'm working that much, man. I've been hitting some licks on these paychecks lately. 1,350 bucks last week. That's the second $1,300 check. $1,300 check I've had recently. Oh yeah, the concrete barriers. Yeah, I've just done it so much. It's kind of a nothing burger, but it's I'm not a fan. Like I don't just I'll choose to just go slower and stay in my lane versus I can pass, but now I got to ride again up against this wall the whole time. I'm fucking speed. Better slow it down, Bubba. Yep, almost to New Mexico. Shout out to New Mexico. In the rankings of state based on various economic factors, New Mexico is the one state that's not in the Deep South, but it fits right in statistically with the Deep South in a lot of ways. Oh, I see my name. Mr. McGee. Shout out, Mr. McGee. Good to see you. Uh, purple LED streetlights. Yeah, I don't pay that much attention. I got to be honest. I'm as observant as I am, but I have seen what you're talking about. Yeah, it's weird, man. Like even that motel I was talking about in Conway, Arkansas. Like the city put a street light like kind of on their property, but it's technically on the easement or the roadway or whatever. But everything's so jammed in because that's kind of a major street that you know it's effectively on their fucking parking lot. And as you can tell, man, just looking up at it in the daytime, just you can tell it's got some weird fucking shit. Whatever that technology is they've crammed into that thing. There's some fucking weird shit in there. You could just eyeball it and be like, I don't know what's in there, man, but that's some fucking weird shit. But yeah, there's something definitely to these new style of lighting. But then I would even say, when fluorescent lighting first became a thing and people weren't used to it, I'm sure there was some sort of effect there on the populace. And then, it's like over time we just get used to it. The same thing with I was one of those people kind of getting hysterical about 5G, and now here I am with two 5G phones, right? Like, look how quickly I go from freaking out about it to it's just more or less normal. And hell, if I'm going to get bombarded with the signals anyway, I might as well get internet. But although the 5G, other than maybe the really fast versions of it, it's really just fast. It's just slightly faster 4G in most cases. And hell, the 4G now is just as fast as 5G, some of the time. And I'm not trying to watch HD movies on my phone anyway, so I don't really need the full fucking 5G ultra wideband or whatever. All right, I got to pay a little bit of attention so I don't accidentally go into the way station way too fast. And man, honestly, I think, and see, that's another thing. I keep forgetting to get my, I have a way station bypass here in the truck, and I keep forgetting to tell my company that it's not functioning. I just forget. I actually told my dispatcher, but I think she forgot. I need to remind them about that. So I'm supposed to drive into this way station, but dude, I'm pretty sure if I just drive past it, like literally nothing will happen. But we'll go into it anyway. The port of entry. 5G. Well, yeah, I mean that. Yeah, I agree as far as the 4G plus, unless you happen to be like in Dallas where they actually have the actual fucking full shot of the actual 5G, the what do they call it, millimeter wave or whatever. But even then, it's only in certain areas. Like even if you're in Dallas Fort Worth, it's not everywhere. But yeah, generally speaking, yeah, it's not even really what they call. It's not even really what they said it was going to be. That's definitely true. Oh, what is wrong with these people? What is wrong with you, sir or madam? This is very strange behavior you're engaging in. What are you doing? Bizarre, man. I'm telling you, they're out of their fucking mind. Probably hoping I need to change lanes, and they might have been trying to hide, hoping I would hit them so they can call one of those billboard lawyers and get a settlement. Like that is a real thing. Some of these people want me to hit them, like for real. All right, be right back. Actually, I'm still here, but I turned the live chat phone off. And how am I always the first truck? See, we're already making a line coming. Okay, good. There's other trucks. Let's say, how am I always end up being the leader of the pack? It's just now two trucks have just materialized behind me, seemingly out of nowhere. Now I'm the first one, but there's other trucks up ahead. Always wonders, like, it's almost like, is that gang stalking? Like, it's almost never me following two other trucks into a rest area. It's usually me. I'm the first one, and there's two more pop up right behind me. It's very strange. I notice these things, and it's not confirmation bias. It's absolutely what happens. Or it's just me by myself coming through at 2 in the morning. Oh shit! I just realized I took a picture of it, but I just realized I turned in my inspection form to my company. Because if they try to tell me inspection, I'm gonna be like, well, that's fine, but y'all do know that y'all inspected me like a week ago here, week and a half ago. I never know if I'm actually supposed to stop right here or not. I think I am, but I got signs out. All right. Nobody in the office. Nobody in the booth. That's what we like to see. So if my way station bypass was working, most likely I would not have even had to pull in here at all. I could have just kept cruising on the interstate. But I think some of these truckers intentionally time it out to where they're always coming in right behind other trucks. I think they're intentionally they don't want to be the lead dog for whatever reason. There's no way that's a coincidence. It happens a lot. Like why am I always the first truck with trucks behind me? Bizarre. In the daytime though, there's so much traffic that doesn't it's not a thing in the daytime. It's just steady traffic. It's fucking weird. Active denial system. I think really what we've seen in America as far as the 5G, it's a lot of it's really just come down to marketing and these companies pushing this, and getting all excited about the promise of 5G when it's really just effectively it's really just an upgraded 4G as far as your actuals. But I get great speeds, and the thing about Verizon is I'm very happy with the Verizon prepaid so far, but dude, it's 4G most of the time. I'm not on 5G I guarantee you right now, it's 4G, but dude, if I do the internet speed test, the actual bandwidth is good, man. So I don't know, man. Whatever. But then the T-Mobile is almost always 5G. It's almost never not 5G because supposedly Sprint was the first to put a lot of that hardware in place, and then T-Mobile absorbed Sprint. That was a fucked up company. I actually worked for a third party call center. We took customer service calls for Sprint postpaid. That was a clusterfuck. I was not in that job very long. I was good at that job too, but it's just not worth what little bit of money they were paying me. They would have had to double my hourly to get me to stick around for what I was actually doing. T-Mobile made everyone buy a new phone. Well, yeah, they probably had to, and I don't understand enough about the architecture, the actual network architecture. And I've never been a phone person, but I'm starting to become one, I guess. But I know Sprint was on kind of like their own architecture going back, you know, especially the Sprint Nextel and the push to talk and all that. They kind of had their own deal going. So I think they probably had to for whatever reason. But T-Mobile's fucking killing it, man, as far as the speeds, dude, are badass. But in the Mint Mobile, for the price, is very impressive. This is what I was when I was making that pre-recorded video that'll probably never see the light of day yesterday after I finished my driving shift. I was talking about a lot of what I do comes down to I don't have a physical address. So one of the main reasons I'm on Mint Mobile for my work phone right now is that I could actually go on Amazon and have a Mint Mobile SIM card sent to an Amazon locker, and so for $100, $97 with tax, I got 3 months of their highest level of service and a SIM card, and it was super easy to activate it, and it works great. But I think I'm probably going to go to Metro by T-Mobile. I'm probably after the end of the 3 months, I'm probably going to switch my work voice line over to Metro by T-Mobile, which the service, my research indicates that will be it's more metered in times of congestion than the Mint Mobile. But if I have a voice line through Metro by T-Mobile, I already have a hotspot device. I can get a Metro by T-Mobile SIM card, and I can get 100 gigs for $50, and I can use it on my laptop. So for less than $100, I can have my work line prepaid with Metro, and then also double, because right now I've been paying $50 a month for a T-Mobile prepaid, which is only 50 gig, which is really not worth it for the 50 gig for my laptop. Because when I'm done for the day and I want to fire up the laptop, I want to be able to use that thing and not really worry about how much bandwidth I'm using. And even at 50 gig, I still kind of have to watch my usage, or I'll run out before the end of the month. So I want to just be able to use it and not even think about it. And the truck stop Wi-Fi, I've tried to use it before, and overall, it's really not usable overall, unfortunately. And since I don't have bills as far as living expenses, it's worth it to me to pay all this money. Now, I would get a hotspot through Verizon. All their devices are way too expensive. The actual hotspot hardware is just way too expensive. I've got a hotspot for T-Mobile. I paid $17 for. The thing works fantastic. I can get one for $100 for Verizon, and it's kind of like mixed reviews on whether or not the thing actually works. And their good ones are like $350. It's like, do I really want to sink $350? Or I can get like a Netgear 4G device for like $100, $110. But then it's now how much of my off hours do I want to spend in literal network administration, right? Not much, man. And I was a Microsoft certified systems engineer, so I understand some of this. But dude, I'm not really into trying to be a fucking network engineer so I can fucking use my stuff here. I need it to just work, man. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, T-Mobile would not allow Sony Xperia on their network. Yeah, it's funny how these how these carriers just kind of do whatever the fuck they want in certain ways. I find it bizarre because that Xperia is a phone I've been drawn to. The Sony, I think Sony probably does have the best phones overall. You know, depending on what somebody's looking in a high end phone. But of course, I've never used really any high end phone, so I'm just talking on what I've read about. But yeah, it's funny how you don't really know. It's like I went to Boost. I tried to get Boost Mobile. I went to their store with an unlocked phone that supposed with two unlocked phones, and both of them supposedly work on Boost Mobile. And either Boost Mobile couldn't get it figured out, or the lady who happened to be in the office that day in the physical store couldn't figure it out. But see, that's a disaster for a retail store. When I come in there with an unlocked phone, with two unlocked phones, and I'm not open to buying a carrier locked phone at the store, but I come in there with plenty of money to sign up for their service, and I don't care about activation fees, because we know most of that activation fee goes, if this is a third party store, they get most of that. Good, I don't mind it. I'm a truck driver. I went to all the trouble to show up to the physical location with cash money. The fact that I went in there with cash money to a retail business and they failed to take any of my money, that's a literal disaster from a business standpoint. Now, the person that's wage slaving, they don't know or care, of course. But meanwhile, she's calling like the manager who's in another location, asking him questions. And at a certain point, it's like, you know, should I just get in my truck and drive to wherever the manager is? Because probably the manager knows how to get me working, you know. But whoever this lady is, it's not her fault. She just doesn't know what to do yet to make the phone work. And I'm not giving them any money unless I'm sure I'm going to need to be assured that my service is going to work before I fork over any of my cash. Versus Mint Mobile, the fucking SIM card shows up in my Amazon locker, press, you know, put it in my phone, you know, install an app, go to their website. Super fucking easy. It just works. Right. You know, why is Boost not able to achieve that? And I'm literally educating, at a certain point, I'm educating the Boost Mobile worker about Boost Mobile promotions solely based on me having read their website. How can they have an hourly employee in the store who has not read the website? I mean, think about that. But that's where we're at. And by the way, I don't expect her to have read the website. Like, that's where we're at a level of humanity in the United States in 2023. That, of course, the hourly employee at the Boost Mobile store, of course, I know more than she does at the level of the promotions solely based on having read the website that morning before I went into the store. Of course I do, because I have an ability to focus and read a website and learn information, and she doesn't. She's not able to do that because the people who can focus and learn information have way better jobs than working part-time at Boost Mobile. And now here she is there on a Saturday morning, and she probably has another job. It's probably her second job or maybe her third job. So of course she doesn't know the promotion, because I wanted this thing where I could get unlimited, you know, and none of it's unlimited, but I could get what they call unlimited, and I could just give them $300 and get 12 months of service. That's what I was trying to do. But since I don't have a physical address, Boost Mobile has no way to get they have to mail me the SIM card if I want to try to sign up online. I can't sign up online and then go into the store and get the phone activated. Because see, they're trying to transition over, because Mint Mobile doesn't have stores. They have no physical location. So Boost Mobile's trying to transition certain things over to, hey, we're just going to send you the SIM card and you go ahead and do it yourself. But the part-time worker, and this is her second or third job, she doesn't understand any of this, nor should she. But I'm like, hey, man, I'm just trying to get the $300 promotion. And she almost doesn't even believe me. It's like she just thinks I'm nuts and I'm mistaken, or I'm inventing this. And I'm bringing it up on my phone and I'm showing it to her. And now she's calling the manager like, oh, wow, I didn't even know about this promotion. and I got a guy here with an unlocked phone trying to do this thing. How do we do this? It's a fucking fiasco and it's a disaster. And I'm not at the age of 47, and my time is, I've got a pocket full of money, and my time, it's just not worth my time and aggravation. At a certain point, I'm just going to fuck off and get Mint Mobile. I'm gonna get 3 months of Mint Mobile, and Boost Mobile misses out. It's not my problem. Anyway, now I'm just ranting and raving about cell phone providers. It's not my problem that they can't get their act together. But by God, I strolled into Verizon, and you know what? They took my money now, didn't they? Now, they weren't able to port my number over, but I was willing to work with that. I was like, okay, but guess what? I was able to port my number right over to Mint Mobile, but only after I researched how to do this, how to port out of AT&T. I had to figure it out if I was going to keep my number. See, which actually worked out better for me. I would rather have my number on the Mint Mobile anyway right now. But now I got to do the 3 months. That's already paid for it. It's a good problem to have, as I previously noted. And I am kind of curious, once I hit the 35 gig, which I will, how bad will they throttle me? Yeah, exactly. Much better deal online if somebody has a mailbox to have the SIM card sent to, which I do not. But yeah, that of course, if I had the option, I would just. And I understand I can go rent a UPS store. Unfortunately, there's not any convenient to me to actually be able to physically access while I'm living in a big rig, because that's what I did in Dallas with a different company. But I had a personal vehicle that I parked at the terminal, so I'd jump in my personal vehicle and drive to my UPS store box, and I could actually receive mail that way. So yeah, if I had a way to conveniently receive a SIM card in the mail, I would most likely have Boost Mobile right now. But why hasn't Boost Mobile figured out how to get me a SIM card through an Amazon locker? See, this is kind of where I'm seeing that it's not even that Mint Mobile is figuring things out. It was more to me that it's just they have. It's like the system is facilitating Mint Mobile at a higher level for whatever reason. Just like the system is facilitating Amazon itself. And I firmly believe that at some point in the future, Amazon and Walmart are going to merge, or Amazon will literally just pay cash for Walmart at some point. Like, I really think that's going to happen. Some version of that, I believe, will happen. I'm bad at the predictions, but that's the way I see it going. I could absolutely see Amazon operating. And you can see when I go into a Walmart, especially not that long ago when the event was still in full, you could see, man, they don't want me in here. Walmart is not, turning over large portions of its parking lots to, grocery pickup for no fucking reason. At some point, they're just not going to allow me into the super center at all. I'm not going to physically be allowed. I see that company at some point in the near future. I'm not going to be permitted to physically enter into the super center. That day's coming. Oh man, I needed to go to that Walmart. No, not that one. Never mind. I got a Walmart coming up that I might stop at. Although hell, it's still not even open yet. Hell, see, that Walmart's not even open. Just that change in society. Wasn't that, most of my truck driving career, I'm used to being able to pull into Walmart at 2 a.m. Get what I need to get while nobody's in there. Them days is over. Probably never to return. Yeah, Boost Mobile Online 15 a month, but not forever. I believe that's a promotion. I believe that's 1 year. And then after the end of the 1 year, it doubles to 30. I'm pretty sure. Read your fine print. Read your fine print. But I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Although I don't actually have it, so I might be mistaken. whatever data they give me, and again, they called it unlimited, but whatever they say I can use before they start throttling me. Shout out to Verizon. I'm probably at 100 gig on this Verizon prepaid, and it's not a sign of a slowdown in sight. Yeah, it's expensive, and that they claim it's $60. After the auto pay, it's $60 plus taxes and fees, so probably looking at 75. But if I can just use it as much as I want and live stream fucking 8 hours a day every day when I choose to, all across the country, it's worth every penny as far as I'm concerned. Because that AT&T, that wasn't working. That wasn't happening on AT&T, which is effectively unusable in much of the Phoenix area, by the way. There's places where I frequently park for the night in the Phoenix area where the AT&T is effectively unusable, which would be Boost in this scenario. Although Boost apparently also uses AT&T as well as T-Mobile, right? It actually uses both. Although I think that might have something to do with your SIM card. I'm not sure it goes back and forth between the two. I'm not quite sure how that works. Fascinating. It's interesting. I don't know how much the audience is enthralled by the cell phone talk, but I don't know a lot about it. So just educating myself on some of these things, I do find it interesting. And some of the network hardware, all of these network upgrades, I found a channel, I forget what it's called. It's like Sneed Mobile Technology or something like that. SNEED, I guess it's probably the guy's last name. They do like daily short videos all about the just cell phone industry, the cell phone carrier industry. But I'll never do postpaid again. I don't care how good the deals are. No, thank you. I will pay up front. Prepaid or nothing. Because at some point I might be back to panhandling. When I was living out of a tent recently, panhandling, my service got cut off and I had no money to, I think at a certain point, I went without phone service for maybe 2 weeks. Yeah, pretty sure I did. Yeah, so I'm always within shouting distance of that happening again. So that is a thing. Oh, that's that same comment. Boost Mobile Online. Yeah, FedEx. Yeah, they FedEx it to you. Wow, that's interesting. Huh. No activation fee. That storage is $25 a month. Yeah, I got you. I see. Yeah, $25 activation. 61 for the SIM card. But see, I think some of these, I'm not for sure, but I think some of these Boost Mobile stores, you can actually get the online deals, but they still charge you the activation fee. I think the stores are able to do that if they can figure out how to sign you up through the system. I think that's what I'm not for certain, but I think that's how it works. If the person in the store can figure out how to actually make the bullshit work, then the store can do it, but then the activation fee is still in play. I think. Not exactly sure. And I don't even care, man. The activation fee is, I don't even care. I'm just like, look, man, I'm here. Dude, I had to drop my trailer at the truck stop. I barely could get the fucking, literally the tractor barely fits on those little bitty tiny parking lots. Take the money. I just need the service. Like, I'm paying for the convenience. But I realize that, people in general don't want to pay activation fees. But then now Metro by T-Mobile, they're actually shutting down all their corporate stores. But then they're also moving into Walmart. Now some Walmarts have the Metro by T-Mobile. But then now Verizon has that, what is that, Simple Wireless or whatever, Visible, which apparently works really good also. But I don't know, man. There's just too much to it at the end of the day. At a certain point, it's like, I'd just rather hear Verizon, here's a bunch of money. And I trust that the shit works. So here's the 75 a month. I don't want And yeah, I paid 35, by the way, $35 activation fee. Oh yeah. So to get my service going with prepaid, it was over $100. It's like $106 to get started. Happy to pay it. Take the money. But I'm literally living in a tent several months ago, holding a piece of writing on cardboard to get enough money to eat. So it's an interesting juxtaposition that I'm very much aware of. And if anybody needs to know how to port their number out of AT&T prepaid, I know how to do it now. Because I can promise you, none of these people at any of these stores know how to do it. Because when I first switched from even porting out of like a lot of these people just don't know how to do port outs in general. That was something I was good at when I worked at that call center. A lot of times I would get somebody that was basically they just keep calling the customer service until finally they find somebody like me who actually knows how to do the port out or port in this case rather. Why is it so difficult to keep your phone number? That seems like it's bad on purpose. Yeah, I was looking at the U.S. Cellular. That looks interesting. Also, thought about that. That's not going to work for me, I don't think. And of course, a lot of this just has to do with what works in your area. Oh, he's saying the store. See, I think the store probably just didn't know how to give you. They probably just didn't know how to do it. I think because according to the website, you can absolutely do some of this stuff in store. Because I was not going to go to all the trouble of driving the tractor to the Boost Mobile unless I was reasonably sure that this could be done. But I think we're dependent on now. It comes down to what's the skill level of the actual person in the store. I just don't think. I think, and they're all. I think they're always going to revert to just no. If they're not sure, it's just going to be no. We can't do that. But anyway, I don't really know. Just read the comments. I don't know. Buy the ticket, take the ride. It's just look how I've been live streaming for fucking 4 hours. Has this thing buffered once? I don't. I've never looked at the screen and saw that it was, you know, disconnected. I think it's probably worked the whole way. That never happened with the AT&T. It always dropped out some of the time. Yeah, it's expensive, but worth it for what I'm doing. Anyway, try to get off the cell phone. But last thing about cell phones, and I was talking about this $200. I bought this. I love Motorola phones. I've had great success with Motorola phones, but this is the first Motorola I bought, and I really don't like it. It's this Moto G 5G unlocked. I paid 200 on Amazon. I don't. It's just this is basically what $100 phone used to be feature wise, as far as the quality. What the experience of the phone. I think what used to be. I could go to Walmart and get $100 smartphone. That's now $200 to get the same experience. I would say. And the main reason I got this phone is because it's got the updates. My main phone is a better phone, the Motorola One 5G Ace. But it's stuck on Android 11. So I wanted to just see what the Android. I like to try this stuff out. I wanted to see what's the Android 12 all about, and then it's at least going to get the Android 13 with the Moto G 5G. But so the phone I should have got to meet my needs. So in the past, where I was choosing to spend more and get a $200 phone, Really, that's now $300. I should have bought the. It's an older version, but it's the Moto. I forget which one it is. The Edge. It's the 2021 Motorola Edge. You can get that for 300 now, unlocked on Amazon. But see, it still gets all the updates. It's still guaranteed at least a Android 13. So really, the Moto G5G is worth the 200 only from the perspective of the that I'm still going to get the new software for a while. But then I really, in retrospect, I would have rather just spent the 300. But really, you're looking at close. Now you're into 330 by the time you add a case and tax. You're at 330, 325 ish. So then, if I'm going to spend that much now, it's like, well, maybe I should just go ahead and get this Google Pixel 6a, right? I might as well drop 4 bills. See how it now it's like, well, shit. Now there's this Amazon's got a deal. It's Christmas time, and I can get a deal on an Xperia. So now I'm shelling out $700, right? So fuck it. Maybe I'm better off with the $200. And it is my second phone, by the way. Hey, shout out to Layla. What's happening? Moto is your favorite? Yeah. I love them. They're for the money. I think you can't be beat for the money, personally. And I'm hard on shit. Like whatever I buy, I tend to I do physically beat the fucking shit out of it. So I've broken. Only one of my phones have I've broken. One of my Motorola's, and they all fucking hit the deck at some point, no matter what. And both of my phones go flying across the big rig on a regular basis, crashing into whatever. So yeah. Meanwhile, you can go to Walmart and buy a $50 smartphone. The thing's damn near indestructible. How does that work? But you buy an $800 phone and you look at it funny and the screen cracks. But it's funny because my favorite Motorola phone ever is, I still have it, but I broke the screen unfortunately, but it still works. It's the Motorola One Action, and love that phone. And at a certain, I was reading about that phone, and it said Motorola is trying to. They've recognized that their demographics are skewing. Older males tend to buy their phones, especially their unlocked phones, like me. So they came out with this Motorola One Action. They put features in it to try to attract a youth audience. So of course, old man Benton just immediately went out and bought one unlocked, like as soon as it hit the market. I thought that was kind of funny. But they're definitely trying to capture the youth market, but not to the level of success they would like to. And I guess they are Chinese phones, right? Or are they made in Vietnam? I don't know for sure, but at least that is an American company. Not that even matters. Motorola itself. Drew had the Google. Which one? Oh, 6A. It just died. Really? That sucks. I had a. It was made by Asus, but it was the Google branded. Their 7-inch tablet. I forgot what that thing was actually called. That thing was awesome. I eventually dropped it and broke it. Also. But yeah, I love that thing. It was awesome. It was a tablet though. And then I loved it because people used to say, "Is that a phone?" And I would hold it up to my head and say, "Hello." It's just like to comedic effect because it's just gigantic compared to a phone. 7-inch tablet. Hello? It's shaped like a phone. Yeah. There's a Wi-Fi on it. I forget what that thing was called. That's Google Pixel something, right? That was also Pixel branded. But yeah, that thing was badass. World-class screen, for sure. Yeah, that's one thing. That's another reason I hesitate to spend $400 on a Google Pixel. And I think this is how a lot of people, as we approach the Border Patrol checkpoint, I think that's how a lot of these people get scammed into. And I do believe prepaid is a scam on some level, but postpaid is a much bigger scam. And I think a lot of people get roped into these postpaid contract plans solely based on they want the cool high-end phone, but they don't want to shell out the money for the cool high-end phone. But then if I shell out $400 for a Google Pixel, it's like, Dude, if my even $300 Motorola, if this thing shits the bed, I'm just going to go buy another one. You know, if I get a year out of it, great. You know, and especially at $200, if I accidentally break the thing, I'm going to be mad at myself, but I'm just going to. I've got the money. I'm just going to buy another one. You know, and one's going to show up at an Amazon locker within the next few days. I'm going to switch my SIM. Although, hey, listen to this shit. AT&T prepaid. This has happened to me twice now. If you have, they don't do this on postpaid. I don't think. If you have AT&T prepaid and you have an unlocked phone and you switch your fucking SIM card, it fries your SIM card. I swear to God, they nuke. Their network intentionally nukes. It's happened to me twice now. It's not a coincidence. I won't use their service just based on that. But yet, Mint Mobile, I can just put my fucking SIM in pretty much any unlocked phone. You know, why is that? But AT&T's, by the way, it's an expensive service. It's not as expensive as Verizon, but the highest level of AT&T prepaid, I'm paying on the auto pay $60 a month with the taxes and the fees for goddamn prepaid. And they're frying my SIM card. Fuck you, AT&T. That's hot garbage. I guarantee you Verizon ain't doing that shit to me. In fact, I know they're not because I've already tried it. Fry my fucking SIM card. How dare you? How dare you? I'll never have AT&T again solely based on that. The intentional frying of my SIM card. That should be, how's that not against the law, by the way? They know what they're doing, man. They want me to have to come into the store and get the shit, or they want to ship out a new SIM card to me. Why? Why? For what? To what end? But then Verizon's figured it out. Some of that is they don't want people jamming these SIM cards and just jamming it into some kind of 4G router or whatever. But like Verizon's figured it out. They know how to administer their network where, you know, I've either got to be some kind of hacker to make the shit work, or, you know, they know how to actually administer it at the level of their hotspot devices, which AT&T apparently doesn't. You bastards. Trash. Trash. Not you, government. And they never asked me. They never asked me to affirm my status as a U.S. citizen, as a corporate slave when I'm on a live stream. I've never had to stop and say, yes, I'm a U.S. citizen, sir. Never had to do that live stream. Somehow they just know. But we're through all the checkpoints. So now I can free to fuck off and take a break now. 3:30, there's that 33 code. I got 3:30 left on my 8-hour drive time before I'm forced to take a 30-minute break. Yeah, and Music Hall's a secret. Exactly. I'm done with them, buddy. The first time it happened, I just assumed it was a coincidence. Like, hey, you know, I guess my new phone, because that was when I had broken my Motorola One Action screen. So I ordered the phone up, my main phone now. Well, actually, I used it with a broken screen. And believe me, if anything triggers the old autism, 2 weeks of having to use a fucking cracked screen, that was tough. So finally, I had enough money to get me an unlocked phone. Swap the SIM card over. It started to work. Then the fucker won't work. Put it back in the original phone, the cracked screen phone. It won't work in that one either. I'm like, well, I guess just something has gone awry here. Because in my mind, surely they didn't just intentionally fucking nuke my SIM card. Surely they wouldn't do such a thing. Oh, yes, they did. Because when I got my new phone, my new unlocked phone, I had a different AT&T prepaid, same exact thing happened. I thought, oh, these motherfuckers are doing this on purpose. Yeah, I'm done with them. They will not get a dime of my money ever again. Seriously. Not unless, like, it's just, I have no other alternative, which I don't see happening. Solely based on that, I'm voting with my dollars. Fuck them. How dare they? I'm outraged. I am incensed. This is an outrage. Yeah, fuck that, man. And that, by the way, they don't do that on postpaid. They know what the fuck they know they're not going to piss off their postpaid customers. Uh-uh. No, sirree, Bob. Yeah, bricked it after 4. That's crazy. And then, I understand that if, back to Layla's comment about the Google Pixel, and that can happen with anything. Like, I recognize that. That any device, a certain number of them are going to be fucking duds out of the box. That's just how it goes. But it's just such a hassle for me, to send the thing off for warranty and all of this. Like, it's literally just easier for me to just buy another one. Assuming it's $200. I mean, it's kind of sounds insane, but like, not that I have some high income, but it's just easier and it's a more effective use of my time to just click a few buttons on my working phone, because I have two, and have another phone show up at an Amazon locker somewhere versus try to ship this thing off. Meanwhile, there's these kiosks at Walmart. I can probably get $50 out of the thing, even with whatever's wrong with it. Out of whatever that thing is that buys phones at Walmart. It's crazy, man. This is the future, in a lot of ways. This is the future. The Total Recall Johnny Cab, fucking whatever that is, and the Idiocracy, the Carl's Jr. kiosk telling the lady she's an unfit mother, and then spits out the poison gas and sedates her until the cops can get there and haul her off to jail. And like, this is a version of that on some level. I think whatever this is, there's the actual literal dystopian elements. I don't think can be ignored or overstated at this point. What is that? The necromancer or whatever that. There's some kind of Akira, the cartoon. There's certain what was that movie? Not Dune, but Brazil. Terry Gilliam's Brazil. There's certain just very dystopian elements of our present society that I just don't think are, just really can't. I mean, sure, we're free to suppress them and ignore them, but if one is going to face reality, it is. There's very dystopian elements that I find fascinating personally, especially looking back into the recent past and the pop culture of my youth, and almost like a romanticizing of some of these dystopian elements. Even like the Watchmen graphic novel that I read in the library. I read the Watchmen graphic novel in the public library whenever it came out in 1985, 1986, when I was like 11. I didn't understand a damn bit of it. It's like, why is this guy naked? But why is the blue guy and his flaccid penis here? What's going on with this? And I now understand that was some symbolism involved, but I couldn't make heads or tails of it as an 11-year-old. There's something to that, It's something like Sin City. Just visually, it's hard for me to put it into words, but there's certainly something going on. I feel like y'all understand what I'm trying to say, but I'm not. I just can't. I'm not able to fully verbalize it. But I feel like y'all know what I mean. But then, if I try to go out here, and this is kind of back to what I was addressing with Yurt last night, and Drew was on there briefly, and then JG, shout out to JG, and then also Truther Cop. I do think, and not that I'm even going to call whatever this is a community, but, I do believe there's a lot of us individuals are attempting to make internet friends. We're attempting to make friends over the internet. And a lot of that is because I need to be able to reference these things. But if I try to reference them in IRL with some normie bozo, it's just like, they're just more or less like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Not even that they don't understand. They're just not interfacing at that. They're just not on that. That's not part of their interface into this reality, at least not at this time. So it's just neither here nor there for them. Now, if I want to, I can, waste my time and energy trying to, paint them a picture and explain to them. But thankfully, I've divorced myself from that. If I'm out here trying to explain things to normies in IRL, it's because I must be that's me engaging, at a level. I must be very stressed out, and that's like the especially if you look at the astrology, that's the detriment. What's that called? The exaltation versus the detriment. That would be the detriment, right? That's certain aspects. That's the aspect manifesting as a detriment, not in its exaltation. And I do want to get into more astrology, but I think the interface to that's going to be through my actual birth chart. And although I do think it's interesting, since you folks do listen to my personality, you are interfacing with my personality, engaging with it. I myself can only tolerate so much of that, but I do think that could be a useful tool, because here's the thing: is there's going to be a limit to how interesting is my birth chart, but then I think that can also be. I think we have some folks on here who have not studied their own birth charts in depth like I have. I'm assuming Layla studied hers. I don't know about Drew. Not really sure. Ultimately none of my business actually. But unless he, and I don't ask personal questions, but if he wants to share, that's up to him. But I do think that is kind of a way to show, hey, there's these websites, and I can live stream from my laptop and sort of walk the audience through, you can do this with your own birth chart. And yeah, I'm not going to find it super interesting necessarily, but almost like a tarot reading, but I'm just not into tarot at the level of, it's a little too close to sorcery for me. I understand there's something to it, but I was sort of inoculated. Just the astrology is strange enough for me. But then, and then I look back to what I was just talking about. I was a big comic book guy as a youth, especially as a preteen, right before I became an actual teenager. 12 years old and 13. As I transitioned into a teenager, and that's an interesting time. Pre-adolescence into adolescence, especially me. An adolescent who hasn't quite the testosterone, the balls haven't completely dropped. The testosterone hasn't fully kicked in. Because once the testosterone fully kicked in, there wasn't really a whole lot of time for comic books anymore. But Doctor Strange, that visual imagery, in retrospect, the sorcery and that those images very interesting. And I never really, and this is also where the autism comes in, and this is why I really do believe I have autism. I have no fucking idea what the plots of a Doctor Strange comic book was back then. I don't even know what the fuck they were talking about. I was really, realistically, I was just looking at the art. Now I could follow like fucking Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man or whatever, the four different, at the height of Spider-Man comic books, I'm literally buying 4 different titles a month with my limited fucking allowance and whatever bit of money I could scrape up back then. That was a big fucking deal. 3 to 4 Spider-Man titles a month, right? But part of that was I was able to follow the actual plot. I don't know what the fuck they were talking about, Doctor Strange. And I can remember, I have vivid memories of talking to people IRL when I was like playing like minor league baseball, and then going into the age of being. I can remember talking to people, and because I'm so visual, I can see the person's facial expression of I was talking these people's head off, and they're giving me all of these nonverbal cues that, hey man, you're like really abusing my fucking time and attention here. But they were too polite to just say, they were too polite to excuse themselves under some kind of pretense. So they were humoring me. But I literally couldn't decode their fucking facial expressions and nonverbal communication because of my autism. Like I'm firmly convinced of that. And that I actually taught myself to decode facial expressions and body language. Yeah, yippee skippy yay for Benton, but it's just I'm able to do those things. So I feel like that does give me kind of a bit of a little bit more of an understanding of some of these things, based on me having to teach myself, and I have to, but me teaching myself some of these things just to, and now I'm somewhat of a normal person. or I'm able to function, as a normal person. I find it all fascinating. Um, to this day, if somebody launches, if I'm having a conversation and somebody just launches into some kind of story, I can't follow the story. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I have no fucking idea what they're saying. I don't know when the story's over. Literally don't know when the person's done telling me the story. But that's part of my affliction. Big fucking deal. Who cares? Good for you, Ben. Yippee skippy. Who cares? And it's not a bad thing. Believe me, there's many advantages to whatever this is I'm afflicted with. Many advantages. Being able to sail through school, my formal education, paying almost no attention to the curriculum itself. Very helpful. Very helpful. Believe me, I was. We don't have to believe me, but there was other things I was way more concerned with than my formal education. Not that they taught me anything. And that's the funny thing about we talk about these, public schools being government indoctrination centers, which yeah, they are, and they were even when I went to school in a time warp in Arkansas. But uh, it's in some way training. It is training people to be corporate slaves. Absolutely. And by the way, my culture did me a great disservice because I was classified as air quotes intelligent, meaning like it would have been considered a waste for me not to go to college. The fact that I wasn't directed in, like EBT was directed into vocational training. The fact that I was done a great disservice by not being. I should have been steered into vocational training. That was somebody fucked up real bad there, uh, real bad. There, I had no business going to college, none whatsoever. But I had a great time, very rewarding socially. Yeah. And my dad was in the process of blowing all his money day trading in the stock market anyway. So the fact that he probably blew about $100,000 for me not to get a college degree. Uh, no, it was back in the 60. The fact that my dad dropped about a solid 60K on my education, and for me not to even have a associate's degree. Well, he was going to lose that money in the stock market anyway, so it really doesn't matter. But I did have a great time on Daddy's 60 G's. So thanks, Pops. Much appreciated. But back then, look how the economics go. Back in them times, I made $8 an hour. I worked full time, 40 hours a week, $8 an hour. Had a nice apartment with a roommate, and was easily able to pay all my bills, and had money left over for CDs and fucking entertainment. Go out to movies, take my girlfriend out to fucking TGI Fridays or whatever on the weekend. You know, no problem. That's not a thing anymore, right? Is that a thing? I don't think it is. Split the rent and the utilities on a pretty nice apartment in a college town on what would now be, I don't know, $12 an hour equivalent for 40 hours. And then I'm probably calling in once a day, every other week back then. That ship has sailed. And I give Drew a hard time about being a grinder. I was not a grinder back then, sir. No, I was not. Benton was not grinding. Benton was doing the bare minimum to avoid getting fired back in them days. Oh, Music Holds a Secret has an associate. Interesting. Business administration, no big deal. Yeah, it's not a big deal. No, I mean it's really not a. It's it's more or less from my perspective is the money was spent, and I actually hypothetically I could have I could have gotten out of there with an associates, but yeah, and it's just a piece of paper, really, realistically speaking. But then again, if I had not grown up, and I'm not making excuses, but I literally didn't know that, hey man, I'm 20 years old. I can just go work for the city or the county. I can work, and I'm going to be working anyway. I can work till I'm 40 and literally retire at 40 years old with a pension. And then still go, and then if I want to, I can go work another job for 20 years. And then when I'm 60, I can have two pensions. I had really didn't know that that was a thing that people did. By the time I figured it out, I was like, oh, I'm 37 and I'm homeless. And yeah, I guess now I can go do that. But now it's going to be 20 years to work 20 years for one pension. And now the fucking economy just collapsed 2 years ago. And now I understand the financial system and like, I really not even interested. I mean, it was very difficult to motivate myself to get back into the workforce after all the things I spoke on a couple of hours ago. After I came to understand all of that and I had left the workforce, it became very difficult to motivate myself back into the workforce. And this is where I will credit Trump. I don't think it's a coincidence that when I did choose to re-enter the workforce, that happened to coincide to when Trump had just become president. I don't think that's a coincidence. And it also coincided with me uh, spending about 6 months not eating any processed food, such that I was kind of able to get whatever my issues were. I got them under control enough to be able to, get enough of a control of my wild man tendencies to, you know, be able to go through truck driving school and live at the Salvation Army and work at the airport, take a 45-minute bus ride each way to work. All these things that I went, all these hoops I jumped through, and my Goodwill caseworker seemed to be suffering from severe depression, and I eventually just had to be a fucking total asshole to get the guy to do his job, which I still kind of feel kind of bad about. But eventually, it's like, look, man, this is your job. They're paying you to do this. Like, are you going to do your fucking job or not? Like, I really don't want to have to go figure out who your boss is and tell them exactly what's going on here. But it's like, I don't really care, man. Are you going to fucking do your job or not? Like, I'm literally talking to the guy that way after like very patiently trying to work with him. And it's like, look, man, it's not really my business, but you're clearly going through something. I don't know what your problem is here, but I can tell you've got some issues, man. But it's not really my business or my problem. But it's like you're either going to do this, you're either putting me in this truck driving school, or I'm going to figure out who your boss is, and I'm going to figure out who your boss's boss is, and by God, we're going to straighten this out. And I am going to this truck driving school, and then in parentheses, you motherfucker, right? And surprise, surprise, very shortly after, here's Benton and truck driving school. You know, I will do what I have to do, my God. But that was the last resort. I'm not on day one going to crawl right up his ass, metaphorically speaking. But eventually it came to that, and if I hadn't done that, the shit never would have happened. It'd have been 6 months later, and I still would have been just waiting around to go to truck driving school. Like, really, really? Okay, that doesn't seem like the way to go. So half of this homeless stuff is, yeah, there are resources available to the homeless person, but like, really, what is their level of humanity? What is their level of discipline? What is their personality? What is their level of being able to maneuver these dystopic systems, these systems that are broken? What's their ability to fill in the gaps of these broken systems? I was fortunately able to bridge the gap, but then also able to stay in a homeless shelter where, I didn't know, maybe I came in late on my late pass after working my job and riding the bus 45 minutes, and I'm got to get up at 5 a.m., Well, and they're kicking. By the way, they make you leave the Salvation Army at 5:30 anyway. Like if you go to breakfast, you got to be out of the building by like 6:30, right? I didn't go to breakfast, but I'm on the streets by 6 a.m. whether I want to be or not. And hey, I'm sharing a bunk bed, and the guy below me, because I do prefer the top bunk. I don't want somebody above me when I'm sleeping. To me, that's just insane. I never understood that. Like, yeah, I understand the lower bunk is confers a higher status, but like, I don't want a human being above me while I'm sleeping. That to me was always super weird. But anyway, um, dude literally did way too much meth that day and just had a fucking freak out. And eventually, the staff was unable. The staff attempted to kick him out after like an hour of him ranting and raving. Of course, I know to just lay there on my bunk with my mouth shut because anything I do or say was just going to make it worse. And then uh, eventually, the staff realizes they're not going to be able to get anywhere with him. Austin PD shows up, and it's 2 hours of them maneuvering this guy out the door. And I think they eventually probably arrested him anyway. You know, like that's what I had to go. That's the only part of what I chose to go through just to be able to get my CDL, to be able to mine the fiat, to be able to speak to you fine folks. So uh, that's what it is. Now, it's not that I'm some great person, but it's like, bro, once I set my mind to it, I will not be denied. Once I've made my mind up, try and stop me. Good luck. Good luck to you. I don't think it's a possibility. Now, I might give up. That's something different. But if I've set my intention, I will not be denied. And there's something about this realm. If the person is just come hell or high water, one of the dumbest people I've ever known in my personal life, got a 4-year degree, is a fucking idiot. The guy literally mowed his professor's lawns. I'm not even kidding. That he was not going to be stopped. Nobody. He came from a bunch of, white trash morons, and he was like, nobody in my family's ever had a degree. I'm getting a degree. And he went to the University of Arkansas, and he got a degree. And he was a blithering fucking idiot. But I respect what he did. The guy literally mowed his professor's lawn. I'm not even kidding. And I was one of my roommates, actually. I was lived in a fourplex for a time. But good luck stopping him. And just about anybody could get into the University of Arkansas at the time. So it's a very easy university to get into. Not known for its academics back in the early 90s, that's for sure. Oh, your CDL, Tennessee unemployment. There you go. Yeah, 3Gs. Yeah, mine was about 3,500. Yeah. Yeah, see, there's a lot of programs for people, especially if they have no income, such as me. Yeah, there's a lot of resources out there for people if only they know how. But it really is up to the individual to maneuver the various systems because there will be roadblocks. It's not just hey, I am, and just now the path is cleared and there's no obstacles. You know, it's up to the individual to overcome the obstacles and we will be tested and we are tested. And it's great. I love it as much as this industry sucks. I love that I'm able to do what I'm doing right now, talking to you guys, and I love that I get to live in this big rig, and I'm going to be parked here fairly soon. Let's see. Actually, hell, I might fuck around and miss my exit if I don't watch what I'm doing. Might have already, possibly. So yeah, in 90 miles, I'll be parked for the day. I believe. Yeah, 90. No, I already passed it. I think. Did I? Let me see. Did I pass it? No. No. It's up ahead. I think. Hold on. The GPS one. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, hang on. The GPS is very smart, and I pay I pay a monthly fee for this thing. It's very good, but it's very stupid at the same time. Okay, 140. Yeah, 140 to the to shut down. Yeah, there we go. And then the rest of the day is for me to do with as I see fit. And there's not a Walmart where I'm stopping, but there is a Kroger, so I might cruise over to the Kroger. Possibly. Yep. Life's good, man. Life is beautiful. Life's wonderful. I love my life. I really do. I love me some me. I am my own best company, and I'm frequently confused that my observations of many other folks lead me to believe that they're not big fans of themselves. But then, while simultaneously, them same folks are engaging with their own self image and they're engaging with social media at the level of putting forth a specific manufactured untrue image of themselves, which is seems to run very much run counter to what's going on internally. But then I'm not even really on social media whatsoever. Uh, it's interesting to think about it that in those terms. I would say, is this Walmart? Should I stop? Walmart. Hey, I happen to be in Deming right when Walmart opens. Perhaps I should cruise into the Walmart. Although I do need to get some cash off of my card, and they don't typically do that till like 8 a.m. And all I really need is water, and I can get the water at the Kroger. And now I'm mimicking some of Paul Enslave's speech patterns that he may be mimicking from other people. Shout out to Paul Enslave, who's doing he's absolutely doing the most compelling content that I've encountered in quite some time, at least, especially specifically in the live streaming format. Drew's a close second uh, for compelling, but Paul's doing it on the daily. But Paul does get involved in some of that weirdo manipulation. Shit gets a little weird and creepy. I tuned in last night and it was a literal love fest. And I felt like I am sensitive to the love fest. So I could see at the end of Yurt's stream, towards the end, it was starting to go love fest. So I'm glad we got out when we did, because I'm also somewhat allergic to the love fest. But I tuned into Paul Enslaved, and I shit you not, it was literal love fest. They were all taking turns, grown ass men, over the internet, telling each other that they loved each other. I'm not even bullshitting. Yeah, it was getting sick in there. I almost wrote into the chat, it's getting sick in here again. But I don't need Paul Enslaved trying to browbeat me into coming on to the live stream because I'm not ready for that, and I may never be. But yeah, that was quite interesting experience, I must say. Literally grown men taking turns telling each other that I love you. And when I say it, you might hear me say it every one. I try not to say it at all, but every once in a while I say it. But it's tongue in cheek. It's almost like a joke. Like you know, it's a specific context. I find it strange, but it seems to be normalized, especially in the younger generation. And then something I don't know how old Paul is as a person, but see, he's appears to be moving into middle age, but I think he's still in his 30s. So, you know, if he's in his late 30s, mid to late 30s, see, he hasn't even peaked yet. He's not. Most men, their prime is it's really probably, I don't know, 10 years, like 35 to 45, probably 33 to 43, maybe. Somewhere in there. It's some span of time. But then some of his panelists, and then somebody like me, I'm 47. I'll be 48 this summer. And shout out to and Drew dodged a bullet. I know Drew. I know you was if Drew's listening. if Layla's still listening, I know you, John, you were sweating that one. Drew's son was damn near born on my birthday. He missed it by one day. My birthday is the day after Drew's son's birthday. So yeah, I was giving him hell. I said, because after a while, it seemed like the baby might have been born late because I was on the Discords with Drew at the time. And I started razzing him at a certain point. I said, this baby's going to be born on my birthday. I said, I'm calling it now. This kid's coming out on my birthday. And he was, Drew dodged the bullet. He was born the day before my birthday. Drew's gonna have a good old time when that kid becomes a teenager. I can't wait. It's gonna be awesome. Although Drew seems like he knows what to do. I doubt Drew's son will have to physically square off with Drew, and that's what like I had to do with my daddy, and be like basically like, you're gonna have to kill me, motherfucker, or you're gonna have to leave. You're gonna have to leave me the fuck alone, or you're gonna have to kill me, because that's really the only two alternatives here. It's about all of this I can take, partner. And the man had 100 pounds on me and could have wrapped his one of his paws around my fucking shirt, thrown me across the fucking room, or the yard in this case. Like, you gonna have to kill me, buddy. But I think Drew's probably evolved enough not to have to engage, not to have to get into that with his own son. But I guarantee you, them deep Augusts, man, them deep Leos, if they have to, we will go there. I promise you, we all got that in us. If we got to make some eye contact and let you know how it is, we will do that. We'd rather not, but we will deal with it. I love it, man. It's a beautiful thing. Then again, what's the each sign has a motto. What's the motto for Leo? It's I will. And I come from my family, every damn one of them is stubborn as can be and strong headed and strong willed, and I'm the strongest willed and most stubborn out of all of them. And if I needed to show that to them, I was always able to show that to them. Not that there's any glory in that, because certainly there's not. Now I'm an old man, and I don't operate on those levels anymore. It takes too much out of me to operate on them levels. No, that's a young man's game right there. That's a young man's game, and that's kind of the point I'm making with this Paul and slave stuff. Is, the guys that are some of these panelists are like 50 years old, and then some of the people on Drew's panels, and then Paul and slave. Some of these people are in their late 40s and 50s. They're wanting to go out here and, now that they have a certain understanding, and it seems like they want to go out and make their mark on the world. Look, it's too late for y'all. I'm speaking as a 47-year-old. It's too fucking late, y'all. Whatever's within me to go out here and impose my will on my environment, it takes too much out of me, man. Dude, my ship has sailed. That ship has sailed. That's over with. So I'm seeing a lot of the Talcots of the world and a lot of these older guys, and even some of these boomers, even my dad, he kind of falls into this. It's like, bro, and I kind of remind him very gently. I've learned how to kind of remind him, like, dude, you're too fucking old, man. I'm too fucking old. You're my dad. I mean, what are you even talking about? But I've learned how to operate. It kind of, as long as I can do it non-directly, and I sort of throw out hints. As long as he can pretend like it was his idea, he'll pick up what I'm putting down. He's basically like, oh, you're right. I'm too fucking old. I'm like, yeah, man, you're too fucking old. I'm too fucking old. It's over. We missed it, man. We missed our chance to go out here and stomp a mud hole into this world. Maybe we had it in us to go out here and stomp a mud hole into the world's ass, metaphorically. Not now. And at a certain point in my early 40s, I realized, wow, you know, I can still do everything I used to do, but, you know, I need some time to recover. And now it's like, you know, maybe if I give it my all, I can do 80% of what I could do when I was young. And then I'm gonna be out of commission for about a week. And now I understand that is in the context of a chronic, you know, serious chronic illness, but even still, man, I am a fucking wild man. So, you know, my days of going out here and seizing the fucking day, carpe diem, you know, carpe die's nuts, and you know, YOLO, man, and just, you know, in your face, making them deal with it. What you gonna do about it, partner? And just looking at them, and that's all over with, man. Now, you know, that'll always be in me somewhere, and I know that's still in my dad somewhere. But you know, I think that's part of aging gracefully is recognizing, like, oh yeah, you know, that's no longer part of what I'm doing here. Versus, you know, Polly Unslaved, probably in his, you know, just now entering into his prime. You know, he can go out here and stop a mud hole in the world's ass, metaphorically in a certain context. But then, you know, I hear some of his panelists want to come up there, and maybe this Zetetic warrior who, you know, maybe doesn't look his age, but he seems to be around my age from what I can tell. If maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. He seems to be in his 40s. Like, that's probably over with, sir. You probably just don't have access to those resources over, you know, on a daily basis to be able to just go out here and fucking carpe die's nuts. I think that's probably over with. And once they hit 50, it's a wrap. But we still, I think that's part of being a man, an actual man. I think we'll always believe we can do it on a certain level. You know, I am 18 in my brain. Like, part of me will always believe that I can go there if I need to. But let's be honest, man. It's over. It's a wrap. Thank God, by the way. Thank God, because I got through all of that with no marks on my face. By the way, people want to talk about, oh, he's running his mouth, bro. I've been running this smart ass mouth my whole life. Do you see a single mark on this face? I mean, I think that says something about a little bit about my character. Believe me, I've been talking this way my whole life. So yeah, I made it this far without them, you know, making me shut up. So you know, now that I've gotten through all of that, now it's like, okay, I'm gonna have to learn to shut the fuck up. Now I'm gonna be able to teach. Now I'm gonna have the opportunity to teach myself to hold my tongue, because I'm no longer gonna be able to go to that level of, you know, oh, you think you can shut me up? Okay, well, let's see how that goes. I understand that you're used to being able to bully and intimidate smart ass people with smart ass mouths into shutting the fuck up. But I think you might have met your match here. So, and I'm already making. I wish you could see my facial expression. I'm already making the facial expression in the way I look at those people. Like, oh, I can't wait to see this. I can't wait to see this play out. The fact that you seem to think that you are not you, the listener, but the fact that this person seems to think they're somehow going to be able to shut me up in the physical realm, and I'm like, well, it hasn't happened yet. Be interesting to see if this is indeed the first time. But, well, guess what? I'm now almost 50. It's going. Not only is it going to be the first time if I continue to push the issue, that's going to become standard. Not only will it happen for the first time, it's going to happen more or less every single time if I'm dumb enough and stubborn enough and just ornery enough to continue to push that. So that's no longer in the cards at the level of that tool's leaving the tool chest. At least in the physical realm, although online, nobody can really just make me shut up, I guess. It's fascinating. I do find it fascinating. But that's the next mission, I think. But I'm talking about it, and I've noticed the more I talk about what I want to do, the less I actually do it. So probably if I'm going to actually do these things, I won't actually. So the fact that I'm speaking on these things, that's how you can rest assured that I'm not actually going to do any of this content. So once I shut the fuck up about it, then I'm free to act. So, but the plan, the longer term plan, the near term plan is to shut the fuck up and study the laws and to unslave myself to some degree. Yes, Didi. Anyway, I guess that's enough out of me. Thanks for watching. Bye.